Everybody hear me? This is Tom.
Yes.
Yep.
Good. Thank you.
So Laura, do you think we have everyone we're supposed to have over here on the panelist side now?
Anthony, let's see, Jose. I don't know how, oh, there we go. Is Farhad in the meeting?
Yes, I see him there. Farhad. Okay.
All right, then I will. City Clerk, you want to start the recording, please?
Recording in progress.
Thank you. I will call to order this study session of the Los Altos City Council and the Environmental Commission Reach Codes. We have one item on tonight's agenda. Would City Clerk please call roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, members of the council, if you are present, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows
Aye.
and Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Madam Mayor, all members are present.
Great. We do have just the one item on tonight's agenda. And our purpose really tonight is to receive public comment. So we're going to do things a little bit differently perhaps. And that is, we have a presentation from the Environmental Commission. We have a number of guests here as well to work with them and staff. Once that is concluded, we will take public comment. And when that is concluded, we will take questions from council and then have a discussion. So that's the order of business for tonight. City Clerk, would you please put up whoever, I think it's Ms. Texler from our Environmental Commission is going to kick this off. Is that correct?
That is correct. Commissioner Texler, take it away.
The floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So good evening, Mayor Enander and council members, and thank you for having us tonight. I am Laura Texler. I'm chair of our subcommittee for Reach Codes. I'm joined tonight by Vice Chair of the Commission, Commissioner Hecht, and Don Whedon, who's the other member of our subcommittee, has pre-recorded his presentation as he's on vacation. We're also happy to have with us from SVC Anthony Yulo, as well as Jose Garcia and Farhad Farman from TRC, who is SVC's contractor consultant. So they'll be available to help us answer questions and some technical support. So we thank them for joining us as well. So I wanted to begin just to set the stage a little bit for tonight in terms of what the commission and the subcommittee is hoping to achieve. We've been working over the past couple of months to basically to understand and evaluate what the model Reach Code 2.0 is. And we've had a lot of subcommittee discussions. We've done some public outreach through webinars, and we've had discussions at the commission level. So we're here tonight to solicit input from the council, from the public, to help us, and all that input will help us in formulating the commission recommendation on Reach Codes 2.0, should that be the way we want to proceed. So with that overview, this is a little bit of what we're going to walk through tonight. We wanted to, make sure we all understand where we currently are with our current Reach Code and how that relates to the 2022 California Energy Code, which will go into effect January 1st of 2023, and how that process works and what the options before Los Altos in that transition are. I have my bullet points here are out of order, so excuse me. The next thing will be Don has recorded his presentation that lays out what the REACH code options are, basically an explanation of what the model code is and kind of some different options that we could as a city do in adopting all or parts of that. And then a brief touch on some of the concerns we've heard about electrification in the past. We're not going to dive too deeply into that because it's a complex matter, but we'll touch on some of those. And then, of course, the hope again is the bulk of the tonight is an opportunity to hear from you and the community. All right, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Heck to continue.
Yeah, thanks, Laura, and hello, everyone. As Laura mentioned, we thought it would be a good idea to provide context for everybody and set the level before we drop into all the options with REACH codes at this point. So first, let's talk about the drivers. Why are we talking about this now? One of the key drivers is that the current REACH codes, which were passed about 2.5 years ago, will effectively expire at the end of this year, although that term may not be exactly right. What will happen is Title 24 will be in effect and take precedent over our REACH codes, our current REACH codes, and we can talk about that a little later. In addition, one other key driver is we did pass the Climate Action Plan earlier this year, and that has a very hard objective of carbon neutrality for the city by 2035. So those are really two drivers for the current discussion. In terms of the existing codes, just to keep it simple and remind everybody, there's really two elements. One focuses on buildings, the other focuses on EV charging. On the building side, Los Altos required that water and space heating must be electric, and that for new buildings, I should be clear, and that new buildings must be electrification ready. They must have a panel that's ready and wiring to all appliances that could be electric. On the EV charging side, the REACH code simply required more of a charging infrastructure and a higher percent of spaces for multi-family buildings or hotels. When you think about how does Los Altos compare to its peers with the last set of REACH codes, I would say our mostly electric focus puts us roughly in the middle, maybe slightly below the middle of our peer communities or communities nearby. There were 3 cities with less aggressive REACH code focuses. Mostly they required electrification ready homes for new builds. One had no REACH codes, and that was Gilroy. There were 4 with a similar focus, what we call the mostly electric focus. And there were 6 with a more aggressive code, basically requiring electrification with those appliances. And that included Santa Clara, Cupertino, Los Gatos, and Mountain View and Sunnyvale. So those 6 required appliances to be electric with their REACH codes. Moving on, next slide, thanks. When we think about what can we do this year with REACH codes, I think there's really 4 basic options. We can take no action, in which case, as I stated, the 2022 California Energy Code will apply on 1/1/2023. And I'm going to talk about what that code says in a second. We could renew the current REACH code via Part 11 of the building code or as a municipal code. And I think there's some discussion on that. That is being reviewed by legal, which option is best. We could adopt new REACH codes before 1/1/23 for new construction only, or we could adopt new REACH codes for new construction and existing buildings. So basically trying to capture all the remodels in the REACH codes as well. Those are our 4 options. Pretty simple. I think one thing to point out is the California Building Code continues to evolve, even if the city takes no action on REACH codes. And in fact, if you look at the 2022 building code compared to the 2019 building code and our REACH codes, the 2022 building code almost gets all of California up to the Los Altos REACH codes. It's not quite, but it gets there pretty quickly. It requires heat pumps or heat pumps for space heating or water heating in most of the zones, environmental zones in California. On the non-residential side, it requires water and or space heating, and it does give a performance credit for all electric design. On the residential side, it also requires pre-wiring for all gas appliances. It recognizes the fact that natural gas is a harmful gas in the home, and so it increases the ventilation rate for gas stoves. And as before, it requires solar PV and energy storage readiness. In existing buildings, it restricts electric resistance heating. So for any remodels, it wouldn't let you add any electric resistance heating, and it provides simplified language for heat pump retrofits. On the EV side, 2022, it requires coverage for new single-family homes and multi-family dwellings. It increases the overall percent required for the coverage of EV-ready spots and requires L2 for new homes. So again, if you compare this to our prior REACH codes, it gets pretty close to where Los Altos was 2 years ago. It's moving forward. One final point is that when you I know there's a lot of questions about the cost effectiveness of electrification. I think the analysis so far indicates that building all electric, particularly in a new build, does in fact save money. A lot of that is made up for, or there are some additional costs, but those costs are more than made up for by the fact that there was no new capital expense required for a gas line to the home. So it saves money. It also takes into consideration the fact that the technology is moving forward. Electrified appliances are getting better. Those are the appliances of the future, likely, and it reduces the need for costly retrofits later on in the building's lifetime, especially when you consider the fact that these appliances do have lifetimes of 20 to 30 years sometimes. You're on mute, Laura.
Thank you. At this point in the program, we are going to do a little switch over because this is Dawn's part of the presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing and Angel is going to take over sharing and showing the recording.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Don Whedon of the city's Environmental Commission and a member of the REACH Code Subcommittee. I regret that I am not available to attend tonight's study session. However, by this recording, I will present an overview of REACH Code options under evaluation by the Environmental Commission for new construction, for the renovation and remodeling of existing buildings, and for electric vehicle infrastructure. My presentation will include the status of the Environmental Commission's considerations in each of these three REACH Code areas. The Environmental Commission discussions and evaluations will continue over the next couple of months before our REACH Code recommendations will be finalized and presented. Tonight, the subcommittee requests your comments, suggestions, and questions on these issues. My first slide is for the for new construction only. The columns define the requirements of the 2022 California Energy Code, the current Los Altos Code, and the proposed Bay Area Model Code. The Bay Area Model Code has been developed by an organization comprised of East Bay Community Energy, Peninsula Clean Energy, and Silicon Valley Clean Energy. Together, these three community energy entities supply electric energy to over 40 cities and towns and the counties of Alameda, San Mateo, and Santa Clara. Their model codes provide a framework for city consideration and consistency throughout the region. Adoption of these model codes can be through a municipal ordinance or amending Cal Green Title 24, Part 11 of the Building Code. The method of adoption is currently a subject under city attorney review. You'll note the first line has the effective dates. The 2022 Cal Energy Code is effective January 1st, 2023. The current Los Altos Code expires January 1st, 2023, and the proposed Bay Area Model Code would be effective after city adoption and filing with the state if necessary. You'll note that on the second line that the definitions of new buildings is similar for the Cal Energy Code and the current Los Altos Code. There's a minor exception that deals with the Los Altos Code, includes that if a building is demolished to its subfloor, it's considered a new building. The proposed Bay Area Model Code has a similar definition, but expands it a little bit more, that if 50% of the foundation or framing is modified, then the entire structure, the entire building would be considered new construction. The city, the Environmental Commission feels that it is important to adopt the new REACH codes or a new REACH code prior to the expiration of the current REACH code, and that the expansion of the definition of new construction to include 50% of the foundation or framing if modified is appropriate. You'll note that there is no change. All three codes require electric heat pumps for air heating and cooling. Considering water heating and cooling, the electric heat pumps are required by the current Los Altos Code and the proposed Bay Area Code, but an electric or a gas electric heat pump or a gas appliance can be used for water heating under the 2022 California Energy Code. The Environmental Commission feels that it's important to maintain the requirement for electric heat pumps in both air heating and cooling and water heating. The next three lines, cooking, clothes drying, and fireplaces, the table shows whether or not the appliance can be electric or gas. And you'll note that the proposed Bay Area is essentially an all-electric building, whereas the current Los Altos Code provides electric or gas options for cooking and also fireplaces. It's important to note that even though electric or gas appliances are permitted for, in some cases, electric cooking, clothes drying, and fireplaces, that electric or gas is permitted. But when a gas appliance is provided by the permittee, then there is a requirement for pre-wiring that appliance so that in the future an electric appliance can be substituted for the gas appliance. The Environmental Commission has had some discussion as to whether or not it is important to maintain the option of electric or gas appliances within the building for cooking and fireplaces. The discussion is ongoing and a decision has not been made as to if This, if the current Los Altos code should be maintained in the new code, in the new proposed code, or the new proposed code should be all electric for these appliances. You'll note that there is a difference in the exterior uses of gas. It's not addressed in the 2022 Cal Energy Code or the current Los Altos Code. However, the proposed Bay Area Model Code would not permit gas for exterior uses. The Environmental Commission feels that it may be time to require that things like pools and spas use electric heat pump technology or electric heating requirements. However, if an exception is provided and permits cooking and fire to be gas or electric on the interior of the building, then that should also be applied to the exterior uses. The last line shows that the end of gas service within a city is not addressed by either the California Energy Code or the current Los Altos Code. The Bay Area Model Code has a January 1st, 2045 end of service date. That date, or the use of that date, is consistent with the goal of the state of California to reach carbon neutrality by 2045. In addition, you'll note that that through our city's climate action and adaptation plan, we have a goal of carbon neutrality by 2035. To reach that goal, it would be necessary for there to be little or no gas use within the city of Los Altos. The Environmental Commission has also discussed whether or not including an end of flow date for gas service within the city of Los Altos is appropriate. There's discussion points for and against this, and this will also be the subject of continuing discussions by the Environmental Commission. The next slide concerns existing building renovations and additions. The REACH code in this area is rapidly changing and developing. About a week ago, the Bay Area REACH Code organization released some model codes. The Environmental Commission has just begun reviewing those models. The models are through two options. One is a time of permit and the other is a building performance standard. The time of permit means that if your permit is regarding, if your building permit concerns an appliance within the building, then that appliance or the work under that permit would have to abide by the REACH codes that are in effect. Building performance is a little bit different, but it follows a California Energy Code type format where different points are provided for different applications within the building. And applications meaning you get certain points for how energy efficient you are. So both methods, if either through a time of permit or a building performance standard, they're complex, and the Environmental Commission would need significant staff resources to develop codes within this area using either of these options. That being said, a few cities have adopted existing building renovation and alteration codes, and some cities are considering it. This area is also complicated by the fact that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District is considering phasing out the sale or prohibiting the sale of gas appliances such as water heaters and furnaces within the Bay Area over a period of time. So once again, it's rapidly changing, and you can see the importance of this to drive building electrifications to reduce our carbon emissions is important, and that's shown in my next slide. This slide lists the type of permits that were issued by the city of Los Altos over the last 15 months. Keep in mind that the city of Los Altos has approximately 10,000 residential units within the city. The vast majority of them are single-family residences. So our current Los Altos code would apply to new single-family residences and detached ADUs. And you can see by this accounting that means of the number of only 9% of the permits that have been issued would fall under our current Los Altos REACH codes. The building permitting department includes data for building additions that are over 750 square feet or less than 750 square feet. And you can see the numbers of permits issued for both of those. That information is important because if a building addition is over 750 square feet, then our municipal code requires that that building include a fire sprinkler system. As you might expect, the fire sprinkler system or its addition throughout a residence would be substantial cost, and it may be appropriate to consider that 750 square feet addition permit to be new construction because of that substantial cost of fire sprinklers, and with that substantial cost, the addition of the electric REACH codes would perhaps also be appropriate. Again, the Environmental Commission has discussed this, but no conclusions have been drawn at this time. You'll note that the vast majority of the permits issued were for residential alterations, water heaters, and furnaces. In order to expedite the reduction of fossil fuel use in our buildings, the Environmental Commission believes that we must address, if not in this code cycle, within the next few years, building alterations and additions. So once again, a discussion on this subject will continue with the Environmental Commission, and if it's not adopted or if it's not recommended in this particular code cycle within the next few years, it undoubtedly will be necessary. The next slide includes electric vehicle infrastructure. You'll note that the columns again show the 2022 Cal Green code, the current Los Altos code, and the proposed Bay Area model code. Once again, the method of adoption of a model code in the Bay Area could be through municipal ordinance or amending Cal Green Title 24, Part 11 of the building code. That subject is currently under review of the city attorney. I've only included the requirements for a single family residence because the multifamily residences and other building types become rather complex, and since the majority of our buildings within town are single family residents, I've only presented that at this time. You'll note that the charging requirements are very similar for each of the alternatives. Under a single family residence, it's one level 2 EV ready parking space required by Cal Green, and that's the same under the current Los Altos and the proposed Bay Area code. The one exception is that under current Los Altos or proposed Bay Area code, if the residence has more than one parking space, then a second level 2 would be required. Level 2 ready EV space would be required by the Los Altos code, and that would be a level 1 under the proposed Bay Area model code. Concerning the other types of buildings, once again, the codes, the Los Altos code and the proposed Bay Area model codes are similar in their requirements, with a few exceptions where the Los Altos code may be a little bit more require more infrastructure, and in some cases require less infrastructure than the proposed Bay Area model code. The feeling of or temperature of the Environmental Commission is that the current code requirements should be maintained. In other words, the current Los Altos code's requirements should be maintained if they require more infrastructure than the proposed Bay Area code. And if the proposed Bay Area code requires a little more infrastructure, then we should upgrade our current code in the future, or the future code, to include that more restrictive or additional infrastructure. By the third column, you can see that one area of this is that the Cal Green and the current Los Altos code do not address parking additions, alterations, or renovations, whereas the proposed Bay Area code would apply to those parking additions, alterations, and renovations. A second area is if there is an off-street loading dock on a facility, say like what you might see at a grocery store, then under the proposed Bay Area model code, that off-street parking or loading dock should be provided with electric vehicle infrastructure. This ends my prepared remarks. I want to thank the council, the Environmental Commission, and the Environmental Commission Subcommittee for individual and collective efforts in preparing and considering a renewal of the REACH codes for Los Altos. Thank you very much.
Okay, so as you can see, we left Dawn to do the heavy lifting on explaining all of that. And I was, again, just going to briefly touch on some of the feedback and questions and concerns we've heard, both in adoption of our REACH code, first REACH code, and in our continuing outreach. So, of course, with there's concerns regarding grid capacity, given that, in recent years, we've had electricity interruptions. And these interruptions occur for a variety of reasons, including wildfire risk, as well as extreme heat events, which of course are occurring more frequently. When you think about extreme heat events, those interruptions are often caused by peak loads that are driven by air conditioning requirements. Our air conditioners are already electric, so the REACH codes in this case don't really make a difference in that peak demand for those times. And just to note that wildfires, extreme heat, those are climate change related events. And so by implementing REACH codes and reducing our carbon footprint, we are hopefully starting to lessen the root causes of those events. As far as, the electricity we're provided during peak times, as we here in Los Altos, our SVC provided electricity is carbon free regardless of the time of day. so we're not triggering use of gas resources during those peak times. Also, as we've noted throughout this presentation, the 2022 building code is already, in relation to the 2019 code, is already starting to rely more and more heavily on electrification. And so it's obviously this is the way the state is going. And the California agencies that are regulatory agencies that are there to oversee the grid stability, CPUC, CalISO, are preparing for this additional capacity because it is already going to be required as part of the code that we have additional load. And in the short term, these agencies are forecasting, as we have had, especially in past summers, that there can be supply shortages again during extreme heat events and these and wildfires and other things. These are, there are many factors for this, including the temperatures and the droughts. Although they are in their assessment saying that we are better prepared this summer due to increased storage capacity. However, we do expect to have those events, and they're looking to use demand management to hopefully weather those more successfully. As far as, electric appliance performance and cost, again, this is a complicated question, varies between what appliance you're talking about, how you're using it, and the like. But a heat pump technology for space and water heating, again, this is the baseline that the entire state is going to. And these appliances are very efficient and effective. We know that many people have a strong affinity toward cooking with gas. We recognize that. We also have heard from and know that many people who have switched to induction cooking are equally impressed with the performance of induction, as well as the increased safety and health benefits of induction cooking. And as far as the electricity interruptions and whether you can continue to use your gas appliances during electricity and interruptions and have that available to you, we just want to note that it's important to remember that we're talking about new construction, new appliances, and most new gas appliances do have electronic ignitions that do not operate during electricity interruptions. So the best way to have resiliency when we're talking about electricity interruptions, particularly with new construction, is to add that storage capacity, which obviously is an additional cost. Some of that cost can be offset by using your energy, your battery as an energy management system and helping to offset the peak demand rates through use of the battery storage and charging and discharging at the most beneficial times. So I'm going to close there with my remarks, and that is the end of our presentation, and want to thank you again for your time and attention, and hope everyone is still awake after all that detail, and we're happy to engage with questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Texler, and please convey our thanks to Mr. Whedon when you talk with him. Very cleverly done. We do have a very brief period of time, less than basically 20 minutes, for there to be feedback from the council. The public has been active in providing feedback in a variety of ways, but we do have public with us. And so if you do wish to make a comment, and I'm going to ask you to limit yourself to 1-minute comments tonight so that the council will have some time to discuss this, please raise your hand and City Clerk will call on you. And please, I can assure you that our council is very diligent about reading the letters that we get.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hands and I will load the timer.
Thank you, City Clerk.
I'm playing with window sizes. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think we're good.
I count 5 people. Oh, there's the number up top. There's 5 people with their hands raised, Mayor.
Great. Would you please begin?
Yes, we'll start with Janet Corrigan. Janet, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your time, Mayor Enander, Vice Mayor Meadows, and Council Members Liang, Fligor, and Weinberg. My name is Janet Corrigan. I'm speaking on behalf of Los Altos residents and not as a member of any advisory body to the City Council. Los Altos residents conducted a survey using its email list of over 1,000 residents of Los Altos. In addition, the survey was circulated via Nextdoor. The survey results demonstrate unequivocally that a majority of Los Altons do not support banning natural gas or the so-called REACH codes. As of yesterday evening, we had received 400 responses and we're still continuing to receive additional responses today, which we're happy to provide you if you like. As an example, 89% do not support a ban on all gas appliances in new residential construction. We ask that you review the survey results, including the 30 pages of narrative comments, which will give you insights into the residents' views, as well as some of their opinions, which disagree with some of the comments that were made tonight by the subcommittee. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan.
Our next speaker is Bruno Delagnew. Bruno, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Bruno Delagnew, a longtime Los Altos resident. I'm the chair of the Environmental Commission. However, I want to stress that I'm not here to speak for the Environmental Commission. Laura, Don, and Tom are here for that. In 2018, energy in buildings accounted for 40% of our total greenhouse gas emissions, essentially methane gas used for heating, hot water, and cooking, since our electricity has been virtually 100% renewable for the past 5 years. Adopting responsible and comprehensive REACH codes that limit the use of gas will get us closer to our carbon neutrality goal. Current REACH codes only regulate new construction. There are on average about 40 to 45 new constructions every year in Los Altos. At that rate, it would take around 250 years with the current REACH codes to convert the current building stock to all electric. In order to almost completely eliminate gas in all Los Altos buildings by 2035, there are 3 essential elements I believe we need to incorporate in our new REACH codes. First, including remodels and additions so that we can convert at least 500 units per year. 2, regulate any equipment that uses gas outside the home, whether spa, pool, pits, fireplaces, or others. And
Thank you, Mr. Delano.
Appliances with new energy.
We need to move on. My apologies.
Our next speaker, Roberta Phillips. Roberta, are you there?
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So, a week ago, Governor Newsom said that the grid cannot handle the electric load and, put a large amount of money from the budget aside to buy natural gas. The fact that you want people to put solar panels and storage and electrical panels on their homes is very, very expensive for the average Los Altos. It hurts the senior community, which is about 25 to 30% of the population here. I feel like you guys are very, very nicely strong-arming us into things that we do not agree with. I do not think that we should do anything that is beyond the state regulations. Silicon Valley Clean Energy benefits from this. There's no representative from PG&E. And I think that you are saying, do as I say, not as I do, because I know you people do not have all electric homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Our next speaker, Connie. Connie, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
First off, I am a Los Altos resident and I am an all-electric home owner. I have no gas. And I support the REACH codes and completely trust these environmental commissioners that we are so lucky to have. You can tell by their presentations, they're smart, deliberate, considerate, and very thorough. The opposition has worded the questions in their survey like the Environmental Commission is planning to fund the police to go door to door and rip out every senior citizen's gas stove, everybody who's on a fixed income. And that is not what they're proposing. What they're proposing is a trajectory of electrification adoption that would align with 36 other communities in the Bay Area if they go for the Bay Area REACH codes, which I hope they do. And the goal is to use fossil fuels to save the planet. So if we don't do it this way, then how does the opposition propose we do it? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, John Baer. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So I do not believe you should be applying the REACH codes to existing buildings. It's unprecedented, it's uneconomic for a lot of people, and it is patently unfair. Do not apply, do not require gas for outdoor fire pits. The economics of a heat pump for that application do not make any sense. Do not eliminate gas service in 2045. You expect me at the age of 90 to spend $50,000 to replace all the gas appliances in my house? That is completely unfair and unreasonable and unprecedented. And I would encourage the Environmental Commission and the City Council to start thinking about carrots, not sticks. Find ways to incent people to do things as opposed to turning off the gas. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker and final speaker, Scott Spielman. Scott, are you there?
Thank you. At the high level, I just want to offer a couple of thoughts. Climate change policies are causing major upheavals throughout the world. You can see them in the Netherlands, Sri Lanka, Ghana. There are energy shortages and crises and food shortages. At the high level, Silicon Valley Clean Energy touts that they are carbon free, but at the source, 50% of what is generated in energy does not come from water, solar, or hydro. Now, there was a survey done. Thankfully, why hasn't the city done its own survey if people criticize the survey here? And then furthermore, what are the costs to residents if they have to convert to an electric system? Take this to a vote, have the city do its homework, do a survey, and then produce numbers that they're of clear costs to people that live in existing and new residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this back to council. I'm going to ask that you each ask one or two questions. We'll go around the room, and then we may have time for a comment or two before we conclude this evening. So who'd like to go first? Don't all raise your hands at once. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
All right. I think I'll just ask one question. Throughout, we heard about the proposed Bay Area model. Has any city adopted that yet? Or what is the projection for adoption of the Bay Area model that you're aware of so far?
I would suggest Farhad should answer that.
Hi, good evening, Council. Farhad Farma with TRC, consultant to Silicon Valley Clean Energy. In 2019, over 30, maybe 40 jurisdictions adopted the new construction model code, which we've improved to the 2.0 version. We anticipate a significant number in those ballpark adopting for 2022. We're just beginning the adoption. On the existing building side, our model draws from several jurisdictions throughout California that adopted existing building codes, including Chula Vista and Piedmont. Not many Bay Area jurisdictions have adopted that existing building code.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And if you will allow me first to really thank the Environmental Commission subcommittee of Laura and Don and Tom, who's relatively new to the commission. As you know, we lost our sustainability coordinator several months ago, and I do think it's worth commending this subcommittee for stepping up and doing the work they did to bring this forward. So I think it's worth recognizing them at this meeting and to really thank them on behalf of the community and council for all the work they have done. We were recently invited to participate in the ILG Beacon program, which is a prestigious program, and a lot of it is owed to the work that the Environmental Commission did. So I do want to thank them. Because I'm limited to one question, Commissioner Texler, could you speak to whether or not the commission is working on doing a community survey?
So we have had discussions about this, and there was previously some confusion on our part about what we could do in terms of outreach with a survey, and we are considering after this session, and when we get to the point where we have more of a recommendation, where we feel like we can put a recommendation out there and then get feedback, that we might utilize a survey that way. We're a little concerned that we in the subcommittee don't have the expertise to design a survey that's going to be seen as providing a really good data set, and writing the questions in a proper way to have the information that we need, that we can rely on as representing the feelings and the thoughts of the community. So that's a very long-winded answer to say we have discussed it, and those are some of the considerations that we're thinking of, and we're open to it. And if that is something that the council is very interested in seeing, we certainly can do that, with the caveat that we would love to get some help in how to write a survey in the proper way, since that's not our expertise.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto on the kudos to you all. I don't need to repeat everything. So thank you all for the presentation and your wonderful work. There are some questions I'd like to ask.
You get one or two?
Okay, two. So I would like to clarify in the proposed barrier model, how would it apply to sales? So homes being sold that currently have gas.
There's no requirement currently in the model. Well, I'll say there is an option to include disclosures if gas is included in the building. However, it's at the option of the city. They are able to remove that if they would.
When we passed our current codes, we treated single family separate from multifamily and commercial. So I think, is that correct, that there is no proposed model for multifamily and commercial? So then also, if someone needs to replace a gas, I'm going to kind of add it as another partial question so I can make sure I get all my questions answered. What happens when someone needs to replace a gas appliance? And if they live in a townhome or a condo?
Right. So I think we may not want to get too much into the details on existing buildings codes right now. We have a model code, as the Environmental Commission suggested they're still looking into that, and we don't have a formal recommendation for Los Altos currently. But I will just say the general approach is to examine low and no cost opportunities. For example, installing an air conditioner that is reversible. It can also provide heating. That is a low and no cost opportunity that we want to be able to capture, not miss any opportunities. but we're not at the stage right now where we have specific code measures that the commission is able to recommend.
So then
Thank you.
replacement, clarification of if someone's appliances, okay.
Yeah, so the only way replacement would be covered would be if we were looking into an existing building code, which we haven't, again, dived into those details. But I just also wanted to mention that our current REACH code applies to all building types. It's not just for single family residents. I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. I think her point was that when we passed it the last time, we passed two different things, one for single family and a separate for multifamily and commercial. And yet what got presented tonight, as I understand it in that third column, really was dealing with single family. And then what I'm hearing from Mr. Parad was there isn't really a proposal that deals with multifamily and commercial yet.
So the EV code is different for single family and multifamily. However, the building electrification is the same for all building types.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will echo the thanks by my colleagues to the commission and the other staff that are here. Most of my questions have already been answered by staff in the questions prior to the meeting today. The one question that I have, Ms. Texer, I guess is for you. What is the Environmental Commission recommending that the council do and why?
So again, we don't yet have a formal recommendation. Don did call out some of the discussion, the initial discussion we had with the Environmental Commission and kind of the input we got from them, but we have not yet taken the next step to say, okay, given what council said, given what we've heard from the public, this is the proposal. And then there's also the consideration about how we can adopt the code, whether we're going to go a municipal code route or not, and that would dictate whether we could even look at end of service date. But we do not have a finalized recommendation. We're gathering input still.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. So mine has to do going back 2.5 years. In our prior consideration, we passed REACH Code 1.0. There was a very detailed report by one of the consultants that showed basically the bottom line was there's savings, and that's part of what was said tonight. There's savings on green sites to go all electric and little to no savings, or in fact, the other way, if gas is already in place. So I have kind of two ancillary questions. Are there changes to the state law or update to that report in that regard that you have to work with?
I can field that one. The statewide cost effectiveness studies are getting updated for new construction and greenfield sites. They should be released later this month or in August, and will present similar findings.
Okay. And then do I understand that individual homeowner proposals, so what's typical in our city, of course, is scrape and replace, that an individual homeowner can basically, if they can demonstrate that it would be more costly to go all electric, they can get exceptions to our REACH Code 2.0?
I can try to answer that one. So on the new construction side, that generally has not been a exemption that we've seen. On the existing building side, we definitely want to consider cost and feasibility and economic impacts. But again, we're not quite at that stage for existing buildings to talk about specific measures.
Okay, so I'm going to look to staff to see if any of our staff knows the answer to the question as it applies in Los Altos.
Can you reiterate the question, Mayor?
If someone's doing a scrape and replace, so it's new construction for purposes of REACH Code 1.0 for us, can they come in and demonstrate that it would be more costly to do the electric requirement that's currently in our 2.0 in our 1.0 code and basically get approval to deviate from that?
I'll answer it in from practicality of previous practice in other jurisdictions. When we had scrape and builds, no, there was not a way for them to exercise an exemption because the cost effectiveness and argument kind of goes out the window. Because it is a scrape and build, it's when it's a remove and replace of an existing feature or appliance that they could have that argument. And that's why there's that analysis that's done up front in order to be able to provide that exception. So for a scrape and build, it's a separate line item essentially, but we can look into it just in case there's been recent law in the last year and a half.
Okay, great. Then let me go back around the room and see if there are any further. Sorry, did the city manager want to make a comment? You were unmuted and then you muted.
No, Mayor, I was just backing up the Development Services Director.
Okay. I'll go back around the room and ask for any comment that anyone wants to make, a summary comment to the commission. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a comment and also just add another question for the team to share with us the timeline to move forward on the REACH codes. I want to thank the subcommittee for all their work. Many of us believe that, we do have a climate crisis. And so as leaders, I think it's our responsibility to figure out how as a community we use our authority to help to combat this climate crisis. And so for me, adopting REACH codes is one of the many ways we can do it to show leadership in this space. And so I look forward to the subcommittee coming back with a recommendation. As we learned 2 years ago, it's almost as if we have a menu where we can pick and choose what we think would be the right fit for Los Altos. I will say, as we all know, the REACH codes don't incorporate possible incentives, carrots, as a speaker said, programs, policies. And I support having the council separately look into policies, programs to support our residents financially and other ways to move forward with positive policies like what we're doing right now. So thank you. And so I'll stop there, Mayor, and ask the subcommittee if they could quickly share the timeline. Thank you.
So as far as timeline, to get us, assuming we want a new REACH code for January 1st adoption date, we are fairly sure that if we do adopt as part 11 of the Title 24, we do not need to go through CEC review. So that gives us a little bit of breathing room, but we really should be coming back to council, hopefully, end of summer, early fall, to have a proposal before you, because then we do have to, still have to go through the code adoption cycle. So there is we need some leeway in there. And can I just really quickly note, Bay Run does have incentives for heat pump replacement and a lot of resources for residents if they want the carrot.
Okay. Vice Mayor and Councilmember Weinberg, I'm sorry, I don't see which of you was first.
I think I was, but I'll just jump in because I'm unmuted. So yes, thank you, Commission. Good information. I look forward to hearing your recommendation because that will help us sort of sort out the variables. I do want to echo, and this occurred to me before Councilmember Flagger said it, but just like with our next discussion on the regular meeting, we're going to talk about a lot of programs. I think programs in the case of whatever recommendation you bring forward are going to be critical. Two that are important to me personally, and I usually don't talk about my personal biases when I'm on council because I represent all of us, but I will say that I do think we need to be able to not just provide people information, because information is thrown at us all the time and how can we import it, but we actually need action plans. So how can I go about adding storage to my storage list panels that we have on our roof now because it was too expensive to put them in? And also, how can I, when my water heater gives out, how can I within a day or two, actually replace it with an environmentally friendly choice. Because with me having to start that project from the time the water heater goes out, there's no way I can make an environmentally friendly choice. And so anyway, we need programs that will have all of us be prepared to make decisions rather than trying to start researching them at the time that we need to be environmentally friendly. So thank you. That's my input.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry that I'm in shadow right now because of the time of day. The sun is coming into this room at an odd angle. I promise that that will be cured within half an hour or so. Briefly, I agree with everything that Councilmember Fliger and the Vice Mayor just said. I also note that strategy 3, goal number 1, is to adopt bold reach codes. We just adopted the CAP, and adopting bold reach codes is a part of the CAP. So based on that and based on the information that has been presented so far, I am excited about hearing what the Commission's ultimate recommendation is so that we can get into the nuts and bolts of figuring out what the best reach codes would be for the city of Los Altos.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. I think it's really important that outreach to all those affected, which I believe is the majority of Los Altos, they need to understand, receive education and notification of these efforts. I think we need to ensure that people have an opportunity to participate in a survey, even though I know that you were expressing some concerns about a survey. I think it's important to get people's input. And I think that by doing a direct mailing to every home and business would be critical. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will add my thanks to the commission and especially the acknowledgement that this going forward would really need significant staff resources, which we don't currently have. And so I know that you're kind of fighting that as well. And I appreciate all of your work, but also acknowledging that that we just don't have staff that can support some of this right now. And that may impact the scope of what you're able to bring back. And I want you to know that that's okay if that has to impact the scope, if you can't deal with, remodels and that level at first because of staff constraints. That's the real world. And I think you all know that I try to live in the real world. I'm also concerned that we let the entire community know what's going on here because I don't think they do. We know how hard it's been to get people to understand what's going on with the housing element. Many people don't know that the housing element would affect them. Even fewer know that if we make a decision that says when your water heater dies, you have to replace it with something that you don't have an electrical panel to handle, that everybody ought to understand that. And that's a big lift for you, but I think it needs to go hand in hand with the other things suggested by my colleagues, programs, practicalities to do, what to do, incentive possibilities, and realistically doing the things that actually are cost effective. So good luck with that. And we'll try to get you back on the schedule as fast as we can. Thank you all. At this point, I'm going to adjourn this study session and give us 10 minutes break, with apologies to anyone who has joined us in the meantime and is expecting that we're in a regular meeting. We're not there yet. We will begin our regular meeting at 7:19 by my clock. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Good evening, City Clerk. You want to start the recording, please?
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 12th. It is now 7:19 p.m. City Clerk, would you please establish quorum?
Yes, members of the council, if you are here, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Enander.
Aye.
We have a quorum, Mayor. All members are present.
Thank you very much. And would you all now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. And thank you to those who patiently waited for a few minutes while we were finishing up a study session on the important matter of reach codes. We did not have a closed session tonight, so there is nothing to report in that regard. Are there any requests to change anything in the order of the agenda? Seeing none, we will now take public comment on any items not on the agenda. City Clerk?
Members of the public, if you'd like to address the council on any items that are not on the agenda for tonight, now is the time, and please indicate so by raising your hand. Mayor, there appears to be one member of the public with their hand raised.
Would you please ask her to take not more than 3 minutes?
Yes. Would you like me to display the timer?
Please,
Will do.
although I'm sure she'll be prompt.
Our speaker for tonight is Janine Valadez. Janine, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go on.
I've had trouble today with my microphone, so if I start to fall out, please interrupt me.
Will do. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I will not take 3 minutes. I am here representing a bunch of people to talk a little bit about the military equipment use policy. First of all, I want to publicly thank Captain Katie Krause for discussing the topic with me and continuing to do so. And I know she's extremely busy right now, so I really appreciate the time she is giving me, and I want to make public acknowledgement of that. Also, I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but today I'm speaking as a resident of Los Altos, member of the public. The only thing I really want to talk about today with regard to the document, especially in light of the fact that I am working with Captain Krause offline and hopefully other members of staff, is that I want the public to understand that in AB Assembly Bill 481, which is the parent document, if you will, that elicits and I mean that creates and generates policy 709, which is the military equipment use policy within Los Altos, is that at the end of the third paragraph of the preamble, and again repeated in section 7075, is essentially the following wording, and I'm going to go ahead and read directly from section 7075, which is that basically nothing in the bill will preclude a county or a local municipality from implementing additional requirements and standards related to the purchase, use, and reporting of military equipment by local law enforcement agencies. And it pretty much says the same words in those two places that I cited. And the reason I want to highlight that is because, in my opinion, we have an opportunity. We not only, of course, want our policy to be conformant with the state law And even the current draft, to certain, with a few exceptions, attempts to do that. There are some omissions that I've discussed with Captain Krause, and she acknowledges. But we also have an opportunity to enrich the policy in terms of what many other cities have done, and I have given those citations over as well. So I encourage the council, the public, and of course staff to evolve this policy with that spirit in mind, one of enrichment, to make sure that we are not just only conformant with the law. Of course, you have to be, but that we make a strong impression on our public as to our stance on the situations when such equipment should be used, can be used, but also the spirit behind it to make sure that we are protecting vulnerable classes, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there appears to be another member of the public with their hand raised this time.
Please go ahead.
Joe Bedonato, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Bedonato. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just, I was reflecting on the reach code commentary, and I believe that is not on the agenda tonight. Am I correct, Mayor?
You're correct. That was the subject of our study session that was held from 6 until 7:15,
Right.
7:08, which is why we were a little late getting started with this meeting.
Right. So I was reflecting upon that meeting, and I think the challenge, I am a big believer that climate change is real, that we need to do something to help our children and our grandchildren in the future. I've done many things with our home in order to achieve that at great expense, and the dollars just keep flowing. And so I think there's no question that with new construction, you can mandate all electric or putting in certain things like EV chargers or no gas appliances or whatever. I think the real challenge that's on the minds of many residents is, what do we do? I think several council members, Sally and Nisa, apologies for the informality, both pointed out, like, if your hot water heater goes out, what the hell do you do? Oh shit, I got to upgrade. I'm sorry. I got to upgrade my electric panel. That's going to take a couple of weeks or months. I don't have any hot water, or my furnace goes out and it was a gas furnace. What do I do in order to fit a heat pump, which I don't even know what a heat pump furnace looks like, into the same location where the gas line is currently running? So those are the things that I think are on a lot of residents' minds. I think everybody's willing to do their part and chip in if the cost is not 3x or 5x or something crazy, and the time frame is not, well, we could put in a gas tank water heater tomorrow, or we could wait to upgrade your electric panel and put in, a new heat pump water heater over the next 8 weeks. Like those are major decisions that come in any homeowner's lifespan, and they're really stressful. Your family's upset because there's no hot water, or there's no heat, or whatever else. And so what are the programs and what education can we do in order to make sure that people understand, well, this is how you do that when that situation arises? And just think of the top 5 most popular situations that would come up. We could probably rattle them off quickly and figure out a way to address those. I think that would really help with the confusion and the ambiguity around what do current residents do if gas appliances are banned in their homes. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bedonato, and I would encourage you to reduce that to writing and send it to the Environmental Commission. I'm sure they'd appreciate your thoughts. And with that, I think we will close public comments on items not on the agenda. With respect to the consent calendar, is there anything that anyone would like to pull for further discussion? There it is. Okay. I see Council Member Weinberg and Council Member Lee Eng. Council Member Weinberg, would you go first, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 4. I have some additional questions about the policy.
Okay. Councilmember Liang?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I want to pull anything, but I think it would be nice if the staff can comment on item 6. I think there is a lot of misunderstanding about that project. If they could just make a quick statement that this is a project that has been done and we just need to close it out.
So let me take that one first because there was a question raised about that and answered in the questions. Can I ask staff, please, Mr. Sandoval, I think you're on, or the appropriate person to comment on and address what Councilmember Liang just raised?
Hi, Madam Mayor. Yes, we'd be happy to. I have Arun and Victor from my team here to back me up, but essentially, this is a project that was completed, I believe, in 2018 to pave the area of First Street north of Main, between Main and Evelyn, not Evelyn.
Edith.
Edith, thank you. And there were some punch list items that never got addressed, and then a series of occurrences occurred for the contractor that just caused the delay. The pandemic being a big one, his company got hit pretty hard, and some other delays. And happy to have Haroon or Victor Chen talk about those details if you care to hear about it. So finally, we were able to get them back out to complete their punch list items and now issue a notice of completion and then get them their small retention paid out, which is on the order of $7,000 and change that we owe them.
So that was money we had held back pending completion of the punch list.
That is correct.
Okay. Councilmember Liang, does that address your concern or your question?
Yeah, I just wanted, I've had others, not just an email sent to us, but I just had other people raising it probably, and I understand people don't read the whole report at times and glance at items, but I just wanted it noted on the record so people understand that we have to do things that have been dated long before.
Right.
But it looks like it's being done now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much.
And that's a good point. The area from San Antonio to Maine, which we are in the process, we've kicked off the streetscape design for that project. This pavement project has nothing to do with that area that will be paved someday.
Right. All right. So I will take a motion on items A and 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Councilmember Flagler, I think you were first.
So moved that we approve the consent calendar as to items A1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
I'll second that.
City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagler.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with a unanimous vote.
Thank you. And out of respect for the folks that are here from our consulting firm for item number 7, I'm going to take item number 4 after item number 8 tonight. So with that, I think we can move to our discussion item number 7, which is the 6th cycle housing element for 2023 to 2031. And do we have a report? I'm assuming that Ms. Morello from our consulting firm, are you up for this?
So Mayor, this is the Development Services Director, Nick Zorns. Yes, LWC, the consultant team is all present. Jen Murillo, Dave Bergman, and Stefano I'm not going to butcher your last name, are all on the call, and they're going to all handle collaboratively the presentation for this evening. So I'm going to, on that, turn it over to the LWC team, and we will get started.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zorns.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. It is good to see you all again. I am Jen Murillo with LWC, and as you know, our team has been working very closely with the city to put together the draft housing element that we are discussing tonight. Our team includes city staff, our firm, Lisa Wise Consulting, and Plan to Place. And over the past number of months, we have heard from you all and from the community about various concerns, needs, ideas, and suggestions related to housing. And we have integrated that into the draft housing element before you, together with the multitude of requirements that are mandated by the state. So we're looking forward to feedback from you. Tonight, I have with me my colleagues, David Bergman and Stefano Rikiki. They will be jointly presenting tonight, but will all be available for questions. And our presentation is going to cover a brief overview related to the housing element and the outreach that has led us to the draft for discussion. We will speak to the site's inventory that has been a topic of discussion. We have held meetings on before this. We are going to then focus on goals, policies, and in particular programs, the programs that the city is going to be focusing on over the 8-year cycle. So that's a big topic for us to discuss. And then we'll talk about the next steps in this process before we open it up to your questions and comments. So with that, I will pass the presentation over to David on our team. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I think, as Jen pointed out in our overview, it's important to give a quick overview of the housing element, just so that everyone in the audience understands what we're talking about. I know that the council has wrestled with this in the, I think, over the year that we've been working on this, members of the Planning Commission and the general public. So there have been plenty of opportunities to talk about it, but let me just give a quick overview for everybody. So the housing element is a component of the city's general plan, and it's required, one of the few required housing, one of the few required general plan elements. They are updated in 8-year cycles. This is currently the 6th cycle. The state housing element law has its origins back in the late 1960s, early 1970s, with concerns about civil rights and access to housing. And it's from that body of laws grown to be a mandate provided from the state or imposed by the state on counties and cities to show that they can accommodate their fair share of residential growth and accommodate new housing demand. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, so again, that's a phrase you're going to hear a lot in this conversation, reviews housing elements for compliance with state law and certifies that they are substantially compliant with government code. So in this sense, the housing element is a little bit unusual in that your other general plan elements, you have a lot of creativity. The only legislative action that's taken on them is an approval and an adoption by the city council, and they become ordinances of the city. This actually requires a state review and certification that the housing element is in fact compliant with the mandates of state law. Go to the next slide, please. So the housing element has components to it that are specified in state law. So again, it's different from your other general plan elements where you may have more creativity. The housing element needs to address these topics. a needs assessment, constraints to the production of housing, both governmental constraints and non-governmental constraints. Governmental constraints are things that the city of Los Altos can control. Its zoning code, development regulations, process of how it reviews development applications. Non-governmental constraints are things that are out of the city's control, like the market, behavior of lenders, and some environmental issues like brownfields or contamination issues that may be impairing housing development on key sites. Then a review of the existing programs that the city has to reinforce housing development, resources that are available at both the municipal, state, and federal level. I guess that's at 3 levels of government support. Then there is an inventory of sites that are able to meet the city's obligation for its fair share of regional housing growth. In other words, identifying that the city has capacity to accommodate housing growth at various income levels. New to the 6th cycle is a requirement to affirmatively further fair housing. And this is a set of new requirements from the state legislature that requires an analysis and programs to address issues related to fair housing for protected classes that are identified in state law. And those, in addition to race and ethnicity, include seniors, people with disabilities, both physical and developmental disabilities, also large families, female-headed households with children present. So there's a broad variety of population groups that the housing element needs to ensure that those communities and those populations have access to housing in Los Altos. And then finally, goals, policies, and programs to implement the support to produce housing in the community. Next slide, please. So there's been a lot of outreach, and I have to thank Sona and her staff and the staff of the city of Los Altos, who've done a terrific job in being present at community events going back to December of 2021. And you can see they've been very active at holiday festivals. They've been at the library on 2 different libraries. The community center also have been set up at private businesses, including Daggers, to solicit input from the community. Again, going back to December, we have worked with city staff to identify some focus group meetings. We spoke with housing advocates back in December of 2021, housing developers, both nonprofit and for-profit housing developers, and representatives of the city's business community. Next slide, please. Outreach is really important in the housing element. Again, state law requires that the municipality undertake diligent effort at public outreach and public participation, which is the highest standard. And so we've really wanted to make sure that we've met that bar. And again, with the assistance of city staff, there have been small group meetings with over 120 participants, and groups have ranged from neighbors of the Los Altos Village Association, Friends of Los Altos, and you can see the list, the Women's Caucus, housing advocates, residents, property owners, etc. We've also held some more formal community workshops and City Council Planning Commission and study sessions. We had community workshops in January and March of this year. And we have had Planning Commission and City Council sessions. We've had 2 of those, and then also last week, a presentation to Planning Commission, essentially the same presentation that you're seeing tonight. Also on here, there was a Planning Commission meeting that was held in February to discuss constraints and opportunities to facilitate housing in Los Altos. And also workshop materials have been translated into Spanish and simplified Chinese to again make sure that we are reaching linguistically isolated residents of the community. A Spanish language interpreter has also been present at the community workshops. Next slide, please. So in addition to the general community outreach, it's been important that we solicit the needs for protected classes identified in the government code for fair housing. So that was a parallel effort that reinforced that general outreach that was undertaken. And so for this, we worked with the city to send out over 200 letters to local and regional contacts, people who represent communities that may have housing challenges. Letters were sent to different community and ethnic organizations, schools, to Foothill College, equity and advisory group members, fair housing advocacy groups, employers, and the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. And again, this material was available in Spanish and Chinese. Next slide, please. Banners also, which were really important and were well received. We really wanted to make sure that as many people in the community were aware of this effort and how important it is. Online engagement, including a feedback form that was accessible and continues to be accessible on losaltoshousing.org, a dedicated website with housing element information update, postcard mailers to all residents, and direct mailers to service providers. So again, with the help from the city team, the consultants worked collaboratively to really undertake a meaningful and deep outreach effort to communicate the parameters and requirements of the housing element and to receive information about challenges that people are having with housing in Los Altos, to understand the housing market, and to express concerns that people may be having with the housing element and its implications for the city. So that I'll turn it over to Stefano to talk a little bit about the sites inventory and its evolution and role in this process.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, Stefano Rikiki, I'm a lead associate here with LWC. So we presented way back when in March, you may recall, on sites specifically. Now we have updated information that we're excited to share with you now that the public review draft is out. So we'll talk about some of the sites information that's in that public review draft here as part of this portion of the presentation. So what is the housing element sites inventory? You've heard us talk a lot about RHNA. Many of you are familiar with what that is. That's the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And those are the numbers from the state and from the Association of Bay Area Governments that basically the city of Los Altos has to meet and has to show that it has capacity within the city to accommodate those numbers. And we'll talk about those. Again, I know many of you are familiar with those numbers, but we'll do a deeper dive here to see how it all shakes out. A common question that's come up is whether property owners are required to build anything at all on their property through the housing element, and whether they're required to build the projected number or affordability of units. So the answer to that, as you've heard prior, is no. You know, the housing element doesn't require property owners to really do anything with their property. It's more just taking into account the inventory of what existing zoning and the existing general plan land use designations and their densities allow. So in a similar vein, the city's not required to obtain property owner approval for inclusion of property on the site's inventory itself. So those are just questions that have come up that we wanted to address here at the beginning of this section. And then again, as we'll see as we move through the presentation, many of the numbers are accommodated for just given the existing zoning that the city already has. However, there are programs, and David will talk about these later on in the presentation, there are programs that will have to be adopted by ordinance to rezone certain portions, certain districts, and to upzone certain districts to allow for more housing. And then here at the bottom of the slide, the city will encourage and facilitate the production of housing at all income levels through those housing element programs that David will talk about. And so this is really central to the housing element and is required by state law, is to accommodate housing at all income levels. We'll talk about the numbers related to those income levels here in just a minute. And of course, the approach that we're taking here follows technical guidance from HCD. Thanks, Jen. Next slide. So this table shows the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. The city needs to accommodate for about 2,000 units over the next 8 years over the life of the housing cycle from 2023 to 2031. Those numbers are broken down by income category. So we have the lower income category, the moderate income category, and then above moderate, which is the above moderate, it's really like market rate housing. But so those are the RHNA numbers that the city's kind of on the hook for. And so what we do when we're determining capacity is we kind of break this down into a couple of different pots, if you will, of units. So the first is accessory dwelling units. And so we've talked about ADUs before. We've taken ADU building permits issued over the last several years and projected those over the 8 years of the housing cycle to come up with these numbers. And then we also take projects in the pipeline that the city has. So these are projects that have recently been approved or they're currently undergoing review, and the number of units are shown in the table there in terms of how many units are proposed in these different pipeline projects. And so we have RHNA, and then we subtract the number of ADUs projected throughout the 8-year cycle. And then we also subtract the pipeline projects, and we come up with the kind of that, the rest of those numbers have to be accounted for through the sites inventory. So that's where the sites analysis comes in. And so we have, as you know, Los Altos is primarily built out. So there aren't a ton of vacant sites that we've included. So we've included mostly non-vacant sites and underutilized non-vacant sites. So we'll talk a little bit about what those are and the methodology for including those as well on some of these next slides. Another kind of common question that's come up has to do with SB9. So we did not include any SB9 units in this analysis. And the reasoning for that is basically HCD has given guidance that you can only include SB9 units similar to ADUs in the sense that you have to have a track record of SB9 units being permitted in your city. And so Los Altos does not, most cities, including Los Altos, do not have a track record of SB9 units. And so that's why we didn't include those. The kind of flip side is ADUs. We do have a track record of building permits being issued for ADUs in Los Altos. So that's why we can include those. But that's the reasoning as to why SB9 units have not been included. And then you can see there at the very bottom of the table, the estimated RHNA surplus or shortfall. In the lower income and moderate income categories, we do have a small buffer or a marginal buffer there. Where the city is short is in the above moderate income category. And again, this table shows what what Los Altos's current existing zoning can accommodate. And so, as you can see from this table, the city's really close, just given the existing zoning that it has. We do have the shortfall in above moderate, but we will talk about some rezone programs here that are going to kind of bump those numbers up and give us a healthier buffer. So next slide, please, Jen. So many of you may have seen these maps online previously. These are on the city's housing element website, losaltoshousing.org. But this is just a general map of the entire city. And what we're showing here is basically that there are units spread throughout the city. So we have units along El Camino Real, the northern part of the city, in downtown, along Foothill Expressway. And this map here also serves to demonstrate that the units are dispersed. We have different income categories. It's hard to see El Camino Real. We'll zoom in to El Camino Real on the next slide. But we have units in all income categories spread throughout the city. So next slide, please, Jen. So as I mentioned, the northern part of the city, El Camino Real, has a lot of sites, including rezone sites, which are those crosshatched parcels. And we have parcels in all three income categories: the green above moderate, the tan moderate, and blue lower income. And so Sherwood, the Sherwood Triangle is also shown here as important for the sites inventory. Next slide. Here we have downtown, of course, shows a lot of capacity. And this is primarily in the above moderate and moderate income categories. Also shown on this map are parcels just east of San Antonio. And most, if not all of those, are zone OA, office administrative. And so those are identified as rezone sites as well. Next slide, please. Here we can see a lot of capacity, both existing capacity and capacity through rezoning, shown along Foothill Expressway, moving a little further south into the city. Shown here are a couple of sites zoned PCF that David will talk about a little later on when he gets into programs. Next slide, please. Excuse me. And then finally, the southernmost portion of the city, we do have sites in the above moderate, moderate, and lower income categories. So again, these maps are available online. You know, we encourage everyone to look at them. But this gives you an idea of where the sites are located and kind of how extant they are throughout the city. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of the methodology and the screening, kind of the most important part of this is to see whether there are impediments to development on a particular parcel. That really determines whether or not a parcel will be included as a site. And so to this first bullet point here, it's pretty straightforward, but does the parcel zoning allow for residential use? So the sites inventory includes residentially zoned parcels as well as mixed use parcels. And then is the parcel vacant or underutilized if non-vacant? So as you know, there isn't a whole lot of vacant land in Los Altos. And so most of what's in the sites inventory is underutilized non-vacant land. And so how do we determine what's quote unquote underutilized? Well, there are accepted measures and metrics by the state. And one of them has to do with the improvement to land value. So if that's less than 1. So if the improvements on the parcel are assessed at a value less than the value of the land, then that's a good indicator that HCD accepts that the parcel may be underutilized. And then the other metric that we look at is whether or not the buildings on the parcel were built before 1980. You know, at that point, they're over 40 years old and the parcel may be ready for redevelopment. The third bullet point here is the parcel an existing residential use, park, utility, school, or other public use with no redevelopment potential. So we were careful to not include, generally to not include parks, schools. With existing residential uses, we have to make sure we're not double counting and showing capacity that's already been built with existing residential uses. So those are other things we look for. And then lastly, we checked for infrastructure or other site conditions that would disqualify a site. So other things that would disqualify a site is maybe there's a very steep slope, you know, at the site and the parcel's, for all intents and purposes, unbuildable or very difficult to build upon. Well, that would disqualify a site. Or sometimes we get APNs that come through, but that APN or that parcel is actually a street, you know, so of course we can't count that as part of the inventory. So these are some of the things we look at when we're doing the screening for whether or not a parcel can be included as a site. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, then we also look at income category and capacity. And so that capacity is basically how many units can a particular site accommodate for. And so for Los Altos and for other metropolitan jurisdictions within the state, the income categories that we can use for the sites are based on these density thresholds that are shown on the screen. And so for a site to be a lower income site, the zoning at that site would have to allow for 30 dwelling units per acre or more in terms of density. For moderate income, between 20 and 29 dwelling units per acre. And then for the above moderate income level, we're looking at parcels with zoning that allows for 20 dwelling units per acre or less. There are also particular size criteria that we look at for the lower income and above moderate income categories. And so for lower income categories, as you can see, the sites must be between half an acre and 10 acres in size. Developers just see that this size tends to be what pencils out for below market rate and for lower income housing units. And then for the above moderate income category, smaller parcels that are less than a quarter acre in size, usually those come in at the above moderate income level as well. So that's the income category portion. In terms of realistic capacity, generally we calculate that using maximum density or the average development trend that's occurring in a particular zoning district. And then we discount that. The HCD tends to accept a discounting of 70%. And so that's what we've used for projecting the number of units that different sites can accommodate. But in the CT district along El Camino Real, we're finding that the average development trends are very high and developments are coming in with many units. And so we've bumped that 70% figure up to 80% of the maximum density in the CT district. Most of that's along El Camino Real. So again, this methodology is consistent with HCD technical guidance. And this is what's been accepted by HCD in the many various housing element updates that we've worked on throughout the state. Next slide, please. Okay, so earlier we saw the table of residential development capacity just under existing zoning in the city of Los Altos. Now this table shows what that capacity looks like with rezoning. And so Dave will talk about these a little bit, but these rezonings have to do with upzoning the CT district, allowing residential in the office administrative or OA district. There are a few PCF sites that are proposed to be rezoned to allow housing in parking lots, things like that. Those are the kinds of programs that we're finding will generate all of these additional units to give the city a much healthier buffer. And so specifically, the net change with the proposed rezones get us an additional 600 units throughout the city. The bulk of these come in the form of lower income units, but we do get a good chunk of moderate income and above moderate income units as well. And so that bottom row on this table shows a 53% buffer relative to existing RENA for the lower income category, a 52% buffer for the moderate income category as well. So these are very healthy buffers that are important for no net loss. We'll talk about that on the next slide. But then also you'll notice that in the above moderate category, where we previously had a shortfall, we're now, instead of in the red, we're in the black. And so the city would meet its RENA obligations for that income category with the proposed rezonings as well. And then one thing to note is units can be shifted from the lower and moderate income categories to bolster that buffer in above moderate. And practically speaking, the state isn't terribly worried about the above moderate income category. Usually cities have no problem and developers have no problem building above moderate or market rate housing. What the state is really interested in is affordable housing, and the lower and moderate income unit categories, although we do have to meet RENA in the above moderate category, but that small buffer and above moderate can be addressed. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, with the rezoning, Los Altos has a healthy buffer to comply with no net loss and throughout the 6 cycle. And so what no net loss is that it's a law that requires a jurisdiction such as Los Altos has to maintain a sufficient supply of adequate sites in its housing element at all times through the 6 cycle, so from 2023 to 2031. And so what these healthy buffers allow is that if projects come in with a lower unit count than what we're anticipating here in the sites inventory analysis, the city still has the buffer to accommodate maybe those lower numbers of units that may be coming in without having to then do additional rezonings or find additional capacity throughout the 6th cycle. So that's so this healthy buffer puts the city in a good position to not have to worry about additional rezonings during the cycle and kind of on the fly later on in the process. So David's going to talk about this a little bit later on or right after this, but the rezone program must address the RENA capacity shortfall. And so in some places such as OA, we're proposing allowing residential where it's not currently allowed. And David will also discuss additional key rezone programs. So with that, I will turn it over to David.
Thank you, Stefano. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about goals, policies, and programs. So when the housing element is prepared, the document, and it's in your packet, the public review draft, there's the housing element itself, which is sort of the main body document, and then there's a whole series of technical appendices with data about housing conditions and an analysis of housing constraints, et cetera. But the meat of that main body document is essentially the implementation plan, the housing plan in the housing element. And this is made up of goals, policies, and programs. Goals are purpose statements or sort of broad aspirational statements. Policies are course of action, and then programs are specific actionable steps that are required in order to implement the goals that are articulated above. Go to the next slide, please. So there's 7 goals in Los Altos's draft, public review draft of the housing element. The first goal, and again is required by state law, is to promote new housing construction in order to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation, or its RENA. Another goal is to facilitate the production of affordable housing and accommodate and make sure that there are spaces in the city that allow enough density where the economies of scale are such that moderate and lower income housing can be developed. To remove any constraints identified in the constraints analysis that lead to a slowing down or prevention of housing development in the community. Creating housing opportunities for people with special needs, special needs populations that are identified in fair housing, to conserve the city's existing housing stock and to improve it, to promote fair housing access and opportunities for all persons and members of the protected classes, and encourage energy and resource conservation and sustainability. These goals are supported by policies and programs that have quantifiable objectives that allow the city to benchmark its success and to test their effectiveness over the 8-year cycle of the housing element. Go to the next slide, please. So key programs for goal number 1 is to meet RENA. So as we saw, there's at a minimum, there's a need to rezone to meet the RENA shortfall that the city has and to allow housing in districts where it may have not been allowed or to facilitate higher density in order to make sure that there's enough capacity in the city to meet their RENA obligation and have a buffer at all income levels. again, as we saw, income levels, HCD uses density as a proxy indicator for the income level that housing may develop. But the reality is that it's easier to develop market rate or above moderate income housing. And so some of these sites that are identified as housing sites will likely develop largely as market rate housing, less any requirements from inclusionary housing, less any utilization of a state density bonus or something along those lines. So making sure that there's space available for what's already in the general plan, which allows for a lot of housing to meet the city's RENA obligations, but to rezone where necessary. So one is to, and we heard this from our outreach process, and something that we've heard from both property owners and from the community, is that the commercial thoroughfare district, the CT district, has the opportunity to absorb more density. So looking at opportunities there to remove development restrictions that prevent higher density housing from developing in the CT district, to allow housing as a use within the office administrative district. And it's important to point out that this is a change in use, but that already there are development code or development standards for OA that may need to be addressed through a zoning amendment, in addition to the change of use that would allow housing there. And so to make sure that they would fall with the city's objective design standards, or to include certain specific district specific concerns like setbacks or shading requirements and some of those kinds of considerations that are objective measures. Allow housing on certain public and community facilities districts. And this has gotten a lot of attention in comments that we've received. So it's worth taking a moment to clarify what this means. First of all, many religious organizations see the provision of housing as part of their charitable mission. And there's an increasing interest among many of these religious organizations to include housing on their sometimes quite sizable pieces of land. The state recognized this, and in 2019 passed a series of state mandates that'll make it easier for religious institutions to develop housing on their sites. Already within Los Altos, there are a number of religious institutions that are located in districts that allow for residential development. So they would be able to access these state incentives for the production of housing on their property without any change in zoning. However, there are two large PCF properties south of Foothill Expressway that if the zoning is changed to allow housing, then these religious institutions would be able to take advantage of that state incentive at some point in the future. Doesn't require them to do it, doesn't mean that their facilities would be replaced. And in our site inventory, we only consider that they are producing units on their parking lots rather than a complete redevelopment of those sites. Another plan that will be required to increase the city's capacity is to update the Loyola Corners specific plan to remove the cap on residential development, which will be seen by the state as a constraint for housing and will be required for certification of a housing element. To look at rezoning the village court parcel to remove impediments for residential development on that site. Facilitate housing on city-owned sites, in particular in coordination with the Downtown Vision Plan and opportunities to develop housing as part of public-private partnerships in the downtown, and incentivize lot consolidation in downtown. So if larger lots can be assembled by a private investor, they can get scale economies to, again, produce housing on those sites. The next slide, please. To promote affordable housing. So continue to implement the city's inclusionary housing requirements, establish an in lieu fee, which is required for multifamily, but not required for single family development. So that can allow for to application of inclusionary housing for new single family residential development, and to investigate the addition of a commercial linkage fee, which many communities are considering to fund affordable housing, to continue to assist funding affordable housings, and to encourage and streamline ADUs that are an important source of affordable units in Los Altos. The next slide, please. Again, removing constraints, and this is something that the state is going to really look strongly on to make sure that there are no unnecessary impediments to the production of housing in the city's development codes. So looking at the downtown parking requirements, modernize them. This can potentially free up some land for public-private partnerships for affordable housing in the downtown. Modify building heights in the mixed-use zoning districts, again, to allow for the scale economies to produce units. Remove some certain site-specific FAR restrictions that are carve-outs that are different than the base zoning across the city. To modify the city's density bonus ordinance to make sure that it's consistent with state law. Reduce conditional use permit requirements for mixed use and multifamily, in particular for multifamily, bringing the city's code in alignment with requirements by the state. Amend conditional use permit findings as it relates to housing, and amend the design review process and requirements that has served as a constraint for the development of housing. So please go to the next slide. Accommodating groups with special needs. Again, support efforts to fund homeless services. Allow low barrier navigation centers, again, which need to be allowed in residential zones as requirement from AB 101. To reasonably accommodate disabled persons' housing needs. Assist seniors to maintain and rehabilitate their homes, and to provide additional density bonus incentives for housing that is targeted towards special needs groups, particularly groups that have been identified for fair housing concerns. Conserve housing, monitor condominium conversions, continue to administer the city's affordable housing programs that are currently underway in cooperation with Alta Housing. Limit the intrusion of commercial uses from displacing residential uses, and incentivize the creation of play areas in multifamily housing projects, again, to meet the needs of large families and female-headed households with children present. This was something that came out through our outreach program and would be, I think, a very unique program for Los Altos, and would help amenitize future multifamily development projects and help make them more accommodating to groups that have struggled to find housing in the past. Next slide. Fair housing, and again, continue to assist residents with housing discrimination and landlord-tenant complaints. That mediation role that the city has undertaken, maintain and expand its inventory of affordable housing funding sources. The city of Los Altos is blessed with being a very high resourced community, and it makes it very competitive for tax credit applications for affordable housing, where there's really a desire to move housing into communities with high quality schools, high quality environmental conditions, and access to employment. So looking for ways to improve affordable housing development in most of the city, which is a high resource area. Promote housing choice, rental assistance program, continue to educate the community about anti-displacement, and affirmatively market units that are available to physically disabled and developmentally disabled individuals and households. Finally, energy conservation is an important goal. Again, it's required by state law that housing elements address this. So to promote energy and water conservation and greenhouse gas reduction, and to monitor and implement thresholds and statutory requirements of climate change legislation. The next slide, please. So the implementation of programs, this is really what is critical. And the housing element is not the only opportunity where the community will interface and you'll go through a public process as you implement these programs, particularly for changes to the zoning code. If the city has to amend its zoning ordinance, those amendments or development standards, they will undergo the typical zoning ordinance amendment process, which includes public hearings and input, and also conformance with the city's recently adopted objective design standards where appropriate. Possible need to modify those standards for sensitive locations, just as long as they're objective and meet the requirements of state law to not impede housing development through subjective design standards. So this means that the housing element starts the discussion about the zoning amendment programs as goals, but specifics such as height, setbacks, massing, the design standards, all of that needs to be worked out through a zoning amendment process that happens after the certification of the housing element. And again, one thing that's important and is timely certification. The state last October changed the timeline that everybody was operating under, and extended the period the state's review periods. So we're working with the community to make sure that we have a timely adoption and certification of the housing element. If we are able to meet the state certification and adopt the housing element, the deadline is the end of January 2023 with a 120-day grace period, which brings us out to May. Then the rezonings would need to be completed in 3 years out to 2026. So there's a process. This isn't the last you'll be considering housing issues and development standards in Los Altos. Please go to the next slide. So process and next steps. So for those of you that have been participating in the housing element since we began back in August of 2021, right? You've seen this chart and we're inching along. We're here, we're at the public review draft now in June and July of 2022. And once the public review draft of the housing element has been circulated for 30 days, it can be submitted to HCD for the first review, which is a 90-day review. Generally speaking, HCD will issue at least one round of corrections. That's been our experience in the 16 communities in California where we're working with the communities to develop their housing elements. Generally, there are 2 review periods before certifications. And if we're able to stay on target, we should have enough room given HCD's review periods and statutory requirements to be on target for adoption in April or May of 2023, which is within the grace period and keeping the city on track. So the public review draft circulated for 30 days as required by state statutes. Public comments are invited during this time. And throughout the entire process, there will be subsequent rounds of review. It's not as though after this meeting, outreach stops. That's far from it. It continues to receive public comments all the way through final adoption after notice of substantial compliance from HCD. Next slide, please. So we're proposing the next step is to submit the housing development for HCD review. revise that housing element in light of any HCD comments that we expect, and then have public hearings for adoptions. And again, these deadlines are January 31st with a grace period that extends to May 2023. Next slide. Finally, nobody likes to talk about this, but here are the penalties for non-compliance. The rezoning has to be completed. If you miss the deadline or are out of compliance, the rezoning has to be completed within 1 year. So that forces the process. And if you aren't able to complete that, you're in non-compliance, and there can be some serious potential penalties. There can be financial penalties against the municipality, including punitive penalties. And there can be subject to suits and attorney fees from both housing rights organizations, developers, and in fact, the state itself. A loss of state funding sources, including transportation funding and regional transportation funding, and potentially the loss of permitting authority and court receivership. The Attorney General's office has formed in the last year a new housing element enforcement team made up of Deputy Attorney General, state attorneys, and staff from HCD, and they are signaling that this is going to be a priority of the Attorney General's office to seek compliance with state law as it relates to housing and housing elements. The next slide. So please stay informed and involved. LosAltosHousing.org, again, to receive project emails, and the website will continue to have updated information, including this presentation and information for the community as we move through the certification process. And with that, we'll turn it back over to Nick for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, LWC. That was a great presentation again. So actually with that does conclude staff's component of the presentation. And then it's now up for the council to open this for public comments. So I'll turn it back over to the mayor actually right now.
Thank you, Mr. Zorns. And I want to say a couple things before we start taking public comment. One is that this document is a compilation of input from throughout the community, housing advocates, our experts, and so on. It is not, as drafted, something that the council has reviewed for policy purposes and approved as a document. That's not where we are in the timeline. This is a document that I've heard referred to as a screening draft that goes to HCD in part to demonstrate the breadth and depth of input that we've received, and that council will, together with HCD's comments on this draft, then duly consider all factors and come to a conclusion in the next draft of what we believe we can really do that's going to meet the goals and objectives that have just been so nicely summarized by our consultants. So that said, I want people to understand that what's in this draft is a compilation of things. It is not a set of commitments at this point, but it does reflect that we are committed to looking at and considering everything that's here. And so with that, I'd like to take comments from the public rather than waiting and getting comments from council. I'd like to get comments from the public, but I'd like to get a show of how many people wish to speak so we can give an adequate amount of time and still allow time for council to talk and discuss without getting into an unduly late time, if at all possible. So, City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, can I ask just simply a point of clarification?
Absolutely.
I personally own property within 1,000 feet of a parcel that's on the site inventory, and I suspect I'm not the only council member who does. Before we jump into public comment, which may address individual parcels, is there any type of disclosure? Are there any legal considerations
Turn to the
that we ought to
city
consider?
attorney. Thank you so much for identifying that. Let's turn to the city attorney and ask for her comment.
At this point in the discussion, I really don't think we are going to be discussing individual parcels. I think we're going to be listening to public comment and taking that public comment and then may have a discussion. But if we are going to get into individual parcel discussions tonight, which I don't think that we will be, but if you are, please let me, we'll have to know, because if you live within 500 feet of a parcel that you are going to want to have included or excluded, that is, you won't be able to do that. And if you're within 1,000 feet, then you'll have to make those findings of, is it going to impact, your parcel, because property, parking, noise, views, and all of that. But as we did in the planning commission, we did not get down into that detail. So I'm not sure.
You're breaking up and you're muffled.
Yeah, you're
Sorry.
too far away from your mic.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I can put my earbuds in, but I do not believe that we are going to be in that depth of discussion tonight. And I could turn to the consultants, because tonight is a very high level policy review. Maybe when it comes back.
Well, I'm gonna jump in here. My understanding is that there will be few, if any, changes made to this document, except perhaps to correct factual errors before it goes to HCD. So the level of discussion that the council members inquiring about, and to which the city attorney is speaking, will be occurring in our next review after we receive feedback from HCD, and is not anticipated as part of tonight's conversation.
Yeah.
Now we can't hear you at all. Take the earbuds out, go back and just lean in a little bit, and we can hear you. Please.
I tried. So tonight is going to be a high level policy discussion. We are not going to be going into individual sites. So I think everyone should be fine. And before we have the next discussion, we will go and look through each individual council member and their potential conflicts. Did you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
And Councilmember Flagger, do you have a similar logistics issue here before we go to public comment?
Yes, just a quick point of clarification, and thank you, Mayor, for your opening statement. Really appreciated that. So after public comment, will council members be able to ask questions of the team? That wasn't clear.
Yes, you can ask questions, comment, discuss. That's what we're going to be doing for the next whatever period. Exactly.
Okay, and I think you answered one of the many questions I will ask later, which is, can we make changes to the draft at this stage? But we'll discuss that, I think, after
we'll
public
cross
comment.
that bridge.
What, if any, changes?
I know that our staff and the consultant are teed up to answer that question, and I'm sure that will be the first one that we will ask them to answer. And Councilmember Lee Eng, do you have a quick question before we go to public comment?
Yes, Mayor, I really feel it's important for council to ask their questions prior to public comment, because those who participate in public comment appreciate hearing what we have, questioned, because that way they can further include some of their thoughts into their comments.
I appreciate your viewpoint, but we are going to go to public comment next.
Members of the public, if you'd like to speak, please indicate so by raising your hand so we can take a quick count of all those interested on speaking.
And I will note here, as is always the case, we appreciate the letters and emails that have come in from a variety of residents and people with interests in this event. And I am confident that my colleagues are all reading those with diligence. So if you have written to us, thank you very much. And you would not need to repeat that in your comments tonight.
Madam Mayor, I see 7, 8. We were holding at 8 for a while, and we are now increasing.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to anticipate somebody's going to throw their hand up here pretty soon. So I'm going to ask everyone to stick with 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. And our first speaker will be Elaine. And Mayor, you said 2 minutes?
Yes, please.
Elaine, can you?
For if we don't get something approved. And I also thank them for updating that, putting 3A update parking requirements. Los Altos is a utopia for cyclists, bicyclists, as you all know. And taking advantage of that would lower the cost of housing. And I would like to see the housing element make more specific commitments. We have students maybe from Stanford or Foothill College. We have local employers like El Camino Hospital, Google, and Apple that are easy bicycle rides away. And so I have a few things that the city could do. One is direct the police to stop auto street racing. I hear that. I live very near Fremont and Grant, and there have been these auto street races that the police have not responded to. I would also like to see you to ensure a secure bicycle room in every new multi-family housing development. Also, require any event in Los Altos to provide bike valet. These things, using the bikes, if we don't have to have cars, if we make it better for people and less good for cars, less incentives for people driving, it would also bring the auto traffic down, which is what I think a lot of people fear with additional housing. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Susan Russell. Susan.
Hi, I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters. I'll be brief. I think you have our letter with our suggestions for improvements on the housing element, but generally we support the draft and hope the council will adopt it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Monica Waldman. Monica, are you there?
So I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. I did write in about the housing element to the council a little bit earlier this week, but just a couple more items I wanted to put in there. I'm looking on page 10 of the housing element draft. 2 items come to mind. The first is the city's development review process should be more efficient and the story pole requirement removed. I think we have to be very careful about just removing it. It depends on the actual thing that development that is proposed, like on Distal Avenue. It made sense to perhaps not have story poles, but I think a blanket removing them is not a good thing. Let neighbors know what's coming. And also the next item says the city council should not have final review of development. Los Altos should be like other cities where planning commissions are the only review. And I find that that's probably a little bit dangerous because our planning commission, and I'm on a commission myself, we are appointed, we are not elected officials. So we're not held accountable for perhaps our actions the way a city council would be. And those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Nancy. Nancy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I also wrote in regards to the low-income housing section of the housing element that I definitely believe that it should be evenly distributed throughout the city. But my point of my call in tonight is to talk about, I also feel that the city council should have final review of the development. It's great that the commissions can take a look at the development plans and make recommendations, but I think that the city council, as the elected officials, should have the final review. And I think that's really important in terms of maintaining consistent development as appropriate in the neighborhoods for which it's designed. And it shouldn't, in my view, be just only appeals that go to council, but it should be done as is the practice, I believe, today, where the planning commission makes recommendations to city council. I believe that section should be modified to reflect that council should make the final decisions. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Roberta Phillips. Roberta, are you there?
Yeah, hello, you can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. So I do have 2 points. The number one is, 1H that says that only appeals should go to council. I find that came out of left field. I think it's really not a good policy at all. We do want our elected officials to be accountable for the zoning and to listen to the residents. I know you're trying to streamline the process, but our objective standards are not complete. They sort of fell in a black hole. I know that we've had changes in the planning department and among staff, but we cannot count on our objective standards because they're really incomplete. So that's number one. The second thing is the OA district zoning. So whether you do a overlay or you look at some of the zoning that exists today, like the R3 that we depended on for 140 Lyle Street, I would like to see townhouses, kind of condos only. I don't think we should set a height limit of 30 feet because then you're going to wind up with buildings at 56 and 60 feet like we do on First Street. These lots are very, very narrow. They abut single family houses. And I think we need to be respectful to the people who live here, who've dedicated their life and time to the city, who are responsible adults. And I think it's really something worth talking about now, early in the game, because I know you're going to need to rezone, but what are you going to rezone to? And that's what's really important, to respect the residents who are paying taxes and who love our city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez. Janine, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. I want to disclose again that I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking as a member of the public today. A quick comment on the planning commission having the approval authority for development plans. I'm completely fine with that. The planning commission is deep into standards, whether they currently are subjective or eventually will be all objective, and they will have the capability and there'll be a center of expertise for these things. And they are accountable. They're accountable to the city council, and they're also accountable to the public. So having the city council as an appeal body is something that we lack today, and I think it's an excellent idea. The other thing is, even though I understand the comments from the consultant that we don't have to build anything, in other words, we can't force property owners to develop, those comments remain nonetheless troubling because, as we all know, the housing element is, after all, a capacity analysis. But if developers don't bite, then nothing happens. The trick is getting them to bite. Even nonprofit developers need to be incentivized to bite. Certainly the city can control its own land, but that acreage represents a tiny minority of the site inventory. I hope we can trust our current and future council members to manifest the policies and programs that will actually turn into actual ordinances that will build houses. In particular, I think it's imperative to bring one or more all affordable housing developments into downtown near bus lanes So programs to rezone parking lots and OA, to consolidate lots, to collaborate with nonprofit developers. These are all critical to this endeavor. I'm confident that doing so will open many doors to county, state, and Fed money, which will all aid in this endeavor. And ultimately, such developments will go a long way to adding income, age, and ethnic diversity, all of which will increase the economic and cultural vibrancy of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Scott Spielman. Scott, are you there?
Yes, thank you. I am really encouraged by the work that's been done. This is a complex, challenging, and an incredibly important subject. And I believe it's going to continue to challenge our city and perhaps become even more complex in the coming months and years. I believe that elected officials need to be involved in reviews of the housing decisions. Otherwise, I think the decisions would be fraught with potential problems. As a previous commissioner, I learned that commissioners recommend, they do not decide, and council decides. And I think that that is a tremendous safeguard for a city making prudent decisions. Regardless of whether other cities have adopted a policy where council members do not review the housing decisions unless they're on appeal, I think it would be a grievous mistake to remove this very important decision-making authority out of the people that are the direct elected and represented officials of all the residents of Los Altos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kate Disney. Kate, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I just have a couple of points. So I wanted to bring up goal number 5, which is to conserve existing housing. I don't think the city's doing enough to prevent the erosion of existing housing. And I'm referring to properties that are underused and held primarily for investment purposes. I don't know how to address that, but when you see properties that are underutilized in that way, it's very disheartening. The second thing is I'm seeing more Airbnbs. So people build ADUs and they turn them into short-term rental type uses. I don't consider that a residential use. I don't see that as a benefit to Los Altos. So what are we doing to address those types of problems when considering goal number 5? If we want to see progress, we have to do more to ensure that the housing that we have is being used appropriately. The second point I want to make is you all have agreed that Los Altos is a high resource area. And it's precisely high resource because the city has had a lot of oversight when it comes to development. We have design guidelines, design standards, and all of those things are really vital to the success of this housing element. So I don't think we should be reducing oversight. I think eliminating things like story polls and conditional use permits and fast tracking and not having any council give final review is a big mistake. I think the traditional review process is not at all a barrier. In fact, I would say it ensures orderly development, which is an incentive to development. I mean, if I were a developer, I would be looking for a well-planned city. So whoops, I guess I'm out of time. I agree with some of the speakers who have spoken on that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Baer. John, are you there?
Okay, so I appreciate that this is a draft document. I understand that the city council has limited wiggle room given state limitations, but the city council cannot abdicate its role in terms of making numerous improvements to this document. The housing element plan as presented is a deeply flawed document created by an outside consultant with little understanding of the values of the community, the history of balancing the needs for new development with the appropriate respect for surrounding neighborhoods and neighbors and neighborhoods, the deep appreciation for lush landscape, and the goal to provide every resident with a high quality of life. The report, which purports to represent the community, simply does not. It takes a heavy hand to permitting development with little regard to the impact on neighbors, the community, or the city. It fundamentally changes how housing development is reviewed and approved, and eliminates most of the review and safeguards to allow residents input into new developments that may have a significant impact on their life, privacy, landscape, and quality of life, all in the name of, quote, streamlining the housing process. It appears to be more of a steamrolling with few, if any, rights to existing homeowners. It is ironic that while most residents support the goals of more housing and a range of affordable options, the wholesale undercutting of any kind of protection of existing residents' life, privacy, and quality of life is not an acceptable trade-off or something that most residents would agree to if they understood the impact of the proposed changes. And frankly, I don't believe most residents understand. They've been asked to provide input. They don't understand that every meeting they have to present. And I don't know where the consultant got some of this input. I believe they just made it up, but I do not believe it represents the majority of the community and how they want new housing to be developed and permitted, reviewed, and approved. Thank you.
Our final speaker, Merus Ahi.
Yes, hi. I feel like the issue about council having the final say on design is being misinterpreted, which isn't that surprising. I think what we've seen on the Planning Commission is how projects can be completely changed when it goes to council, and it causes costly delays. And also how the feedback that is given is sometimes very subjective. So it undermines the Planning Commission and its integrity because developers feel like they don't have to listen to the commission, which we've already seen with multiple projects, which you're familiar with. So I think there's definitely a correlation that has been building. We know why buildings don't change when they leave the commission and go to the council. It's because developers know that the council may just make additional changes anyways. So I just hope you try to understand the effects that it has on the commission if you don't give the commission the final say on design related decisions. Not every decision, just design related decisions. Also, please remove the story pole policy. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. I have one more speaker with their hands up. But I believe they already spoke, Madam Mayor. Do we want to allow her to speak again? Madam Mayor, you are muted.
My apologies. There is a person with the name Nancy with your hand still up. Did you speak earlier?
No, I did not. That was another Nancy.
Thank you very much. So City Clerk, let this Nancy speak for 2 minutes, please.
Yes, go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, I have a lot to say, but I'm only going to say a little bit. I agree with a lot of the things that Mr. Bear, I believe, said a few minutes ago. With respect to some of the properties in South Los Altos, I think it's a mistake to just totally remove the floor to area ratio restriction that's helped there to protect it. In addition to the same properties, there's also the change on the table to change the zoning of CN to no maximum density at all. That's yet removing another protection. And then taking away and making it a rubber stamp so even council wouldn't be looking except to an appeal. And I assume that's an appeal from the developer, not appeal from the residents. I don't know if that's how it works, but that's how I understand it. That's in the couple of properties in the Lucky area, which is our only main grocery or full-size grocery store in Southwest Altos. I see a disappointment in that being on the table. That combined with Trader Joe's and the projected numbers is about 200 low income units in units in the Lucky property and another 200-ish in the Trader Joe's. That's 400 low income units in that very area alone. That doesn't even count Rancho. Why such a concern with the high density besides the normal concerns? If you look at the table that shows the pipeline, I believe it's called the pipeline properties, 93% of the ones that fall in that 196% of maximum density range are the are the low income, and that represents 70% of the units built in that table. And out of that, it's listed that those are actually going at 196%. That's almost double the maximum density projected. So big concerns there. Thank you.
Thank you. We normally take a break at 9 o'clock. It's 5 minutes to, so I'd like to propose that at the end now that we've had with public comment, that we take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, it will all come back to council and you will be able to ask questions and provide further input to our consultants. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, City Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like we need the Jeopardy music in the background in between this.
You never saw Hollywood Squares. You're too young.
Oh no, I sure did. I always used to love it when Whoopi Goldberg was on there because you'd never know what she would say.
Absolutely. All right, I think, do we have everybody back? Let me look. I think, oops, where'd Councilmember Weinberg go?
I'm here.
Yes, thank you so much. I just had to get through multiple screens to find everyone. So City Clerk, would you put the recording back
in
on,
progress.
please? Thank you. At 9:05, we'll come back into session. And before we begin with council questions, staff, is there anything that you want to add before we start peppering you and the consultant with our questions and comments?
Yes, Mayor. I just want to respond briefly to some of the comments we heard on public comment. You did a great job at the beginning framing where we're at. Just so the public knows, HCD requires a review of potential and actual government constraints as part of the housing element certification process, regardless of whether or not they're included in the document that council submits to HCD for approval. They have to be considered and reviewed, which is where we're at tonight. So the example, it comes directly from HCD guidance, is in the case where discretionary approval from local legislative bodies is required for permitted uses, the element should describe how the standards of decision-making promote development certainty. So in other words, we must describe and analyze any regulations or processes such as design review that are included as part of the compilation because they are potential or actual governmental constraints. Ultimately, council does not have to include that in the document that goes to HCD, but council does have to consider it. And that's where we're at tonight.
But I don't think we're doing that consideration tonight, correct?
Correct. It'll, after HCD reviews our compiled list, they'll make comments, and then it will come back for public comment, planning commission, city council, and then back to HCD. And that's when council will ultimately determine the policy decisions after a recommendation from the planning commission.
Right. All right. Thank you very much for that clarification. So with that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues, and I'd like to do it this way. Up to 3 questions and then pass to the next person. And if you haven't got them all answered or someone else hasn't asked the rest of your questions, by the time we get through the 5 of us, we'll come back to anybody who still has more. So who'd like to go first? Councilmember Weinberg, great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so question number 1. How did staff determine the timeline for the various programs to be implemented?
All right, so Development Services Director Nick Zorn's here. So that one is kind of simple in regards to that there's some that require statutory due dates. So if you notice on the rezones, I think all of them, if not most of them, all pretty much give us the sunset of the 3 years as long as we are adopting on time and found to be in substantial compliance within that window once we submit formally for certification from HCD. Based upon that, though, there needs to be kind of what I like to call the planning Tetris game, where we need to decipher based on staff resources, funding resources, as well as direction from council. So there are some of them that we can ultimately play around with the target completion dates. However, there are others that we cannot. So if the council would like to heighten some of them, I think that's definitely something that we can do during the process when we receive this back from HCD. I will tell you from common practice of this being my 4th housing element in the last 3 years, they always come back with comments about some of the timelines, not all of them, but some of them they do provide pretty prescriptive feedback on. So I would recommend that we kind of put it out there and see what HCD says when it comes to the timing of our programs ultimately.
Thank you. So which question I want to ask next? Okay, let me ask a question about the Loyola Corner specific plan. There is a part of that plan which right now is unenforceable because it violates SB 330, the Affordable Housing Act. What part of the specific plan that does not violate SB 330 differs from the city's standard zoning requirements?
Will you repeat that for me one more time? Because I'm.
Okay, let me put it another way.
Yeah.
If we were if the council were to remove the Loyola Corners specific plan, what changes would that effect to Loyola Corners? How would that make Loyola Corners?
Let me try. I think let me make a stab at this. I think what you want to know is, how does the Loyola Corners specific plan differ from the standard CN zone, which is the standard zone it's in? So that if you took the plan away and you went back to it being the standard CN zone, what would be different? Is that your question?
Yes.
Basic development standards.
For CN.
Yeah, basic development standards, nothing. It's really purpose, intent, and the overall essentially fluff that it goes in a specific plan about kind of the purpose, intent, and kind of the desire vision of something. There are not a lot of the concrete development standards or effective implementations that could have been developed in prior years. That's kind of where we're at. So realistically, the development standards would not really be applied differently if it was to be rescinded.
Okay. And then my last question has to do with sites for low-income housing. Is there a way to, well, we've received a lot of public comments already suggesting that there is not an equitable distribution of low-income housing sites. Is there a way to distribute or to make available more sites for low-income housing throughout the entirety of the city without modifying the R1 zone?
So the map that's over my shoulder that I'm pointing to right now, as I think everyone can pretty much see, is 95% a yellow type tone. That reflects R1 zoning or R single family zoning throughout the city. Simply put, other than in downtown Los Altos, properties and zoning districts along the Foothills Expressway, and majority elsewhere would be along El Camino Real. There is effectively no other zoning districts throughout the city predominantly. There are sprinkles of things like a PCF zone surrounded by the neighborhoods and everything, but it's effectively little to no other zoning outside of those three main areas in our jurisdiction. So to try and equitably distribute it, we would be having to look at most likely our single family districts in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Who'd like to go next? 1, 2. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, we're not making any changes to the draft this evening. We're just asking general questions and making comments. And I will say, there are several proposed changes that I was hoping to discuss and make tonight, but based on what staff has said, it sounds like I should hold off on making those suggestions. For example, moving up some of the timeframes that we have flexibility to do. I was going to make some suggestions on that, but Mr. Zorns, I think you're saying hold off on making those suggestions. So let me just ask some general questions based on feedback and comments I've heard from residents. So if we were to adopt the draft as it is today as the final document 5-8 months from now, is there anything in the housing element update that would go into effect immediately without further council action? Or is everything in the eventual final housing element update subject to an implementing process, either through council staff or the planning commission action?
So high level, yes and no. The reason why I say no, because some of our programs are ongoing and they are essentially duplicative of what was adopted almost a decade ago in the 5th cycle housing element, because they are still requirements that prevail today. New programs that would require implementing ordinances have to effectively go through both bodies, the quasi-judicial, which is the Planning Commission, and our legislative body of the City Council, in order to be able to go into effect.
Okay. So where the implementing action has already taken place, obviously we wouldn't need to take any further action on those.
Correct. If for some reason that there was something that you wanted to re-review, or if it's a known project or program rather, that is something that obviously staff can get called up to do in order to reassess that with council, since it is an ongoing program. So that's definitely within the authority. And also then just to touch on in regards to the timeline wise, even if we weren't to change any of the timelines right this second before we submit to HCD, and let's say HCD hypothetically doesn't even say anything about our timelines at all through this process, highly doubt it, but let's just go with maybe, that perspective. If you guys wanted to, as a council, instruct staff to start working on something sooner rather than later, those are by-when deadlines. So effectively, we're telling the state that we will have either fully initiated and be able to report out in our annual progress report to HCD that this is the progress we've made. We might not be done with it. Hopefully we will be. However, if we wanted to start it sooner, that's not a problem. It's just we're actually giving them a strategic plan saying that this is for our forecast that we will accomplish these or have substantive progress towards the completion of the identified programs in the element.
Thank you. And I want to also publicly thank you. You know, we heard from a lot of residents that they wanted the physical addresses for the different sites because we had initially only provided the APN. And I know you took it up on yourself to do this. And I just want to thank you for that additional work, Nick. So thank you. Mm-hmm. Next question. And I think the mayor said I only have 3 for this round. For each site where we project the number of units for each site, are those units maximizing the use of the site? And the reason I'm asking is, you know, we've heard of ensuring we have play area for kids, having open space, park area, also from residents, ensuring that we retain a lot of the commercial and retail space. And so the concern is we're now going to have residential maximized on all our sites and no room for anything else. So I'm just curious, the projected units, is that maximizing the use of each site?
So I'm going to direct that question. I know the answer, but to Stefano, just because he's been our great asset of capacity for our sites that we've proposed. So if you could answer that for us.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So we're not in the sites inventory. We're not proposing maximum build out. Every square inch of property is going to be, residential. We're going based off of the maximum density allowed. And then we even discount that figure 70%. So these are, conservative estimates. We're not anticipating or trying to promote the development, of the entire parcel 100%. Let me know if that doesn't answer your question.
No, it does answer my question. And number 3, for this round, and I know in the presentation you addressed it, but I want to make sure the answer is very clear. Based on what has been publicly said about the PCF, the church locations, why are they still listed on our site inventory? And I think this is a David question where I know for this round we're showing capacity, but if you could just expand on that, why we're still showing the churches, for example, even though anecdotally we may have heard that they're not interested in developing their sites.
So it's a couple of, it's giving them an opportunity to take advantage of a state incentive to allow residential development. The state is trying to encourage religious institutions and has given them incentives to do that. in terms of capacity, we've really only looked at surplus parking spaces. So it's not as though the whole facilities would change out. And, you know, these incentives that the state have provided to religious institutions not only can advance their charitable mission, but also might represent a revenue opportunity for them in circumstances where they have surplus land. So it's something that is an option for them, but not a requirement that they would change their property.
And council, one thing I do want to actually provide for on the record is I've actually had one of the pastors of one of the two sites directly reach out to me and ask about the potential of them being listed on the site inventory. And from the conversation that I had over the phone, they seemed that that was something that their church could or would support. So I have not, from direct who would be in charge of decisions for that property, have not received any communication that would effectively say otherwise, other than maybe some of the parishioners that live or attend nearby. So there is that I would just like to disclose, as that they've reached out to make contact to me.
I'm not sure if Vice Mayor or Councilmember Lee Eng was next.
The Vice Mayor was next.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. So I just want to touch on again the low income, because I think it is important that the public understand that. So you mentioned obviously that if other than those spots that we'd have to look into R1 zoning, but isn't it true that also that one of the requirements for locating low income requires at least half an acre of land, or was it even more? I don't have that in front of me, but it requires a more substantial parcel than a single R1, most single R1 lots would have. So really it's not about inequity, it's really about also how it's defined as a feasible lot for low income that would pencil out for a developer to actually be able to build enough units. Is that a correct summary? Anyone who cares to
that
answer?
Point of clarification is correct. You are right, Vice Mayor.
Okay, good. I like being right. Just ask my husband.
I think that's your planning commission background sticking out.
Yeah. So then another question is that, you know, a lot of the zoning that we've talked about is either density based or height based. Have we considered, is there such a thing as zoning by type? So sometimes we talk about missing middle, and there might be cottage courts, there might be townhomes. What does zoning for type look like, or is there no such thing?
I think I'll let LWC take a stab at this, because I have my own thoughts.
And I'll speak to that, Vice Mayor Meadows, because I think this question may have been brought up before, where we talked about the approach of form-based coding, where zoning is often regulated by building type, frontage type, and it's not focused on the use or the number of units. And so that approach is definitely applied very successfully in other communities, and we have worked on those types of codes. So there is practical examples of that being effective elsewhere.
That's right. And now that you say form-based, I recall I probably did ask that question before. So thank you for reminding me of the answer, but I don't see that in the housing element, correct? We haven't taken any form-based approaches or suggested any.
None of the programs speak to that approach. That doesn't mean that approach couldn't be used to implement any of the programs.
Right. Okay. Implementation. Got it. Thank you. And then my last question is, you know, there's a lot of concern. We're each very attached to the grocery stores that we shop at. And so there's concern about having those parcels on the list, what do they mean? Don't they potentially mean that the grocery stores don't have to go away, that we would potentially be looking at mixed use and there could be grocery store with housing with it? Or can you explain the fate of the grocery store in an example of one of those parcels being developed?
Yeah, so a lot of what you touched on, Vice Mayor, is absolutely correct, is that it could easily transition to a mixed use zoning that accounts for the capacity that we're projecting on those sites. So as without making a blanket statement, but I'm fairly certain is we don't really have anything that says anything that's going from a commercial type designation right now, or let's just say non-residential designation, has to go to a 100% only residential designation with any of our rezones. That's a part of the prescriptive requirements that we can create in our development standards as a part of all of these implementing ordinances, as well as what I think is, kind of a huge part of our process is the future community engagement for all of these individual implementing ordinances. Because every zoning district that we have as of today is effectively going to probably want or have some different challenges or needs that we're going to need to address specifically to those programs. And so these are not blanket statements that are going to require us just to essentially strip the city of all commercial properties. And that's something really effectively we shouldn't think about doing. We want to have the mixture of uses. And that's something that we will accomplish by virtue of the development standards in an implementing ordinance.
Thank you very much. Mayor, I yield back to you for Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. And yes, to Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation and the information you're providing for the council. And I also would like to take a moment to thank our council subcommittee. I think we're doing a great job and trying to stay on our schedule and making the timelines and meeting our deadlines. So thank you both, Mayor Enander and Councilmember Flygar. So my questions are, and I'll just throw it out there and you guys decide who answers it. So I'm going off a previous question of Councilmember Flygar. While everything ultimately needs council approval, the reality is then how, and you're saying that this is not like a binding contract on this submission of our draft, but then by submitting this draft, will it be under the guise that the housing element is going to, the items in the housing element will be approved? Because as you say, when they come back with their comments and they liken those comments, then it's hard for us to say we're not, we're not going to do it. So our hands are tied right here. So I'm very troubled. Can you better help me understand why you're saying that we have an opportunity to change this, or we have an opportunity not to do this? Because that's not how it's going to be read.
In general, HCD comments that are received back to the city are about substantive changes that need to be made to the document, because that's really where they focus in and hone in on the inadequacies of the document. Any modifications that the city does make in subsequent council direction and future public hearings, they will need to be justifiable by quantified objectives that we are able to actually prove. What was included in the draft housing element as presented in front of you today is a look at governmental and non-governmental constraints within the city, and they have to be non-biased and provided as they are. And so if there are things that we are able to justify or clean up by virtue of a different type of a program that ensures that we are able to effectively make sure that the decision-making process promotes development with a certainty, then we are able to modify what we initially provide in this first round draft to HCD. So
Okay,
it's
so-
all about kind of showing our work and justifying the modifications.
Okay, so this is part of my number one question, please, Mayor, because this is a clarifying on this. So you're saying that we have to justify and prove, but if we justify and prove, I'm concerned about the timeline in which the changes that we need to get in here after we justify and prove things to make the necessary changes. Council won't have a chance to see it in return. Does that then mean we have to rely on the subcommittee to really edit or make sure the changes that we want after we provide proof and justification as to why things need to be changed? What is the timeline for that, and how do we make it happen?
So something that happens is that this 30-day review window has opened the initial public comment period. We must review and consider and incorporate comments for a minimum of 10 business days after this 30-day window. From there, we then submit the first draft to HCD for them to provide us substantive comments, which takes 90 days. I would suggest, because it's something that I'm going to be doing from reviewing even further in depth all of the public comments that are received, that the council can continue to work with staff, and by proxy, staff will work with the consultants during that 90-day time window. We shouldn't just be sitting around with and not talking about the elements still. We can still be doing work during that time frame that allows us to propel that draft and essentially get ahead of what we can probably anticipate some of the comments being, because HCD does take into account the public comments that are received from this 30-day open window, because that will be a part of our overall submission to HCD for their review, as they will take into account, as well as some individuals will include their comments directly to the HCD reviewers, and they will look at that as a part of their overall analysis. So not only do you have this time frame right now leading up to the closure of the 30-day window, but we'll incorporate those comments, submit to HCD. While it's under their review for 90 days, you can still work on that with myself as the Director of Development Services for the city, as well as our consultants and the subcommittee. And then once we get our formal comment letter from HCD, that will provide us some concrete direction that we do not have right now. We could be going totally in a different direction than what the state will actually accept for certification. And if that's the case, we need to be able to get that direction as soon as possible in order to orient the city in an effective manner to be able to adopt this on time and meet our statutory due date, so that we have 3 years versus 1 year to rezone our property.
I understand that, but I don't think you're understanding me. So deviation from this draft is going to be problematic. And I guess I'm trying to understand, because when they come back and they said, nope, we agree with this, then our hands are tied, because we would be deviating from what their comments come back that they kind of say, oh, this is great. Then I think that how the wording is so absolute, I think it's problematic if we steer anywhere away from any of the items that we feel may not be correct in this draft.
I think the city manager wants to chime in.
Okay.
Councilmember Liang, I'm not sure that making changes to the draft will be the problematic part. The difficult part is when we have development standards that are outside of what a normal development process is, and HCD asks us to explain how the irregular process leads to development certainty. That's the barrier that we have to prove as part of the process. If we can describe assuming council says they don't want to make certain changes with development review for design review as an example, If we can describe in the final draft how the process we have today unaltered leads to development certainty, HCD would accept that. We're going to have difficulty explaining that process in a concise way when HCD looks at what the development process is in other places. So we can deviate from this draft. We just have to make a compelling case that HCD accepts. The difficult part is not, can we submit changes? The difficult part is, can the changes that we submit have enough evidence supporting them that HCD says we can still meet the requirements of RENA with those changes? That is going to be a mix of programs. That's going to be a mix of the properties, the densities on the map, and how much we can develop. It's not one certain thing. But just for clarity, we can, per the HCD guidelines, if we can explain how our development process leads to certainty, then we don't have to include those changes.
Okay, but I'm concerned because I'll make that in my comment section. I'm going to stick with questions right now, so thank you. So I understand in your presentation, you were saying that because we have a history of ADUs, but not a history on SB9 projects, that we couldn't really put in information regarding SB9 or what we may anticipate. Like when ADUs, our ADU ordinance got approved, we never anticipated. We had a former council member that said, we're not going to see more than 10 applications for ADUs. But look at the numbers we have for ADUs. What if in a year from now, or the SB9 projects take off, then do we amend the housing element, and then we can change like as we work on the zoning, because you would say we would have three years to work on the zoning and to get everything approved. If we amend the housing element, then could we then that'll determine whether things need to further recommendations regarding zoning can be relooked at too.
So I'll take a stab at that. So we do have to talk about and touch on the fact of the ADU history. ADU law went into effect in January 1, 2017. So effectively this year, in the beginning, we hit the 5-year mark. They effectively just started allowing ADUs to really start counting towards that overall capacity and everything in the migration of the 6th cycle, or folks that were late adopters like other jurisdictions that were in a lot of trouble with the state that didn't get it adopted until the very end of the 5th cycle. So the issue is that it took a solid 3 years before the 6th cycle adoptions in the April 15th window, when that was being adopted in Southern California, that they started accepting ADUs to the level that they have in order to start counting housing stock. We are not going to be able to, if we have to rezone within 3 years, and then you're wanting to essentially ask if we can then shave off some of our rezoning program, we would not have the quantified numbers in enough time to be able to do that with certainty in order to be able to reduce or eliminate a program. Also, I haven't, and I can turn to my colleagues of our consultant group, I have not seen a jurisdiction readily eliminate a housing program because of the success of another. If anything, it helps provide a more generous buffer, which, to be frank, we are going to need even a larger buffer throughout an 8-year planning period if we actually see a significant amount of development occur on our housing element proposed sites. So I will just give you somewhat of a practical implementation standpoint. A jurisdiction that I've previously worked in obtained housing element certification in summer of 2020. So 2 years ago, exactly. They are now starting the analysis to identify additional sites so they do not trigger no net loss provisions in the government code. So they are planning on having entitled projects by the end of this calendar year under 2.5 years under since they obtained certification, and they're already eaten away at their entire buffer, which was not in the hundreds. It was actually 2,000 units extra over their required RENA. So buffers do get eaten up quite quickly, especially once you start approving entitlement applications.
Okay.
Dave Bergman here. Just one other thing to add. The good news is if you do get SB 9 projects and applications, they count on your annual progress report. So you will be able to count those units in terms of your implementation. So it's not as though they don't matter. It's just HCD guidance doesn't allow you to prospectively give yourself credit for them.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, I'm gonna be a little bit more creative here. So it's all about making sure we have be creative in some of the way we look at things, and how do we ensure that we be more equitable, and as we look at how we zone. So as the Vice Mayor had stated, that we're limited for affordable units based on the amount of acreage. So shouldn't HCD be looking at, because it's like height seems to be like, you know, we don't have, it's sky's the limits with all these density bonuses and everything. Shouldn't there be a way we can look at it where we can, as they increase the height as well, we should be able to make it more equitable than in comparison to height and size to demand more affordable units or increase in affordable units, and not just get 20%, but to get a higher percentage. So that way it's more equitable throughout the city. Because as you intensify development in height as well, you know, we should be increasing the number of affordable at a much higher rate as well.
So pursuant to Government Code 65915, which is the state density bonus regulations, we must adhere to what is in density bonus. No city can deny or take action to preclude a developer from seeking the use of density bonus. As a part of 61915, they have prescribed the amount of density that a developer is allowed to obtain. We cannot require and go above the affordability requirements unless we do that by virtue of an inclusionary housing ordinance. Now, that is something that we already have. Now, one thing I can tell you that we have to be cautious of with that is that we have to make sure that that doesn't become an impediment to the creation of housing. And that's why nexus studies are required in order to be able to do inclusionary housing ordinances even to begin with. So, I mean, if that's something that we explicitly wanted to look at, maybe potentially trying to increase our inclusionary housing requirement, we very well could do so. However, we didn't do it not too long ago, so I wouldn't think that the percentage values are going to go increasingly high beyond what we have. I'm unaware of any jurisdiction that has codified into local ordinance anything greater than 25%. And that might have even fallen off in recent times because of the state density bonus law. So, you know, that's the one provision that we might be able to lean in on, but it doubles both. And it looks like Jolie wants to speak up to this.
No, I was just going to add to it that I know in one of our policies and programs in the housing element update is we're looking at inclusionary fees, and we do have a consultant on board to look at that. And I don't know how broad of a scope of service we have with this consultant, but it might be something that we could fold in and look at. Could we look at our rental and for sale inclusionary requirement of 15 and 20%. But I agree with you. you rarely see anything over 15 or 20%. I think it's very difficult to prove otherwise.
So Nick, can we clarify that? So as we look at height, then can we say instead of adding amenities on the top floor, we want another whole floor of housing?
So anything in
Units.
regards to the execution of amenities and wanting that exchange, and Jolie, you can chime in on this. The courts have affirmed that we cannot design a property or development project for the developers. We can obviously apply objective design standards. However, specifically kind of what you touched on, Councilmember Liang, is it does border some of the determinations that were decided earlier this year in the Banker Hill case, which specifically talks about the density bonus requests that were made in that particular development, and the attempt from the surrounding neighbors to want the amenities to be modified. The city of San Diego did not modify those, and they ultimately approved that project, and the courts affirmed that the city of San Diego actually did their due diligence in approving that project as it was presented to them. So really, we cannot modify amenities that are proposed. We have to make the assumption that that is a part of the overall costs that will make the project pencil out for the developer.
Okay.
And that's also supported in one of the Walmart cases where they tried to reduce heights of the floors, and they said, no, that's a project amenity that you can't strip. So we've got Walmart 1 and 2, and now we've got Bankers Hill. So we've got pretty strong support in the case law that we can't redesign for the developer.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I think you've spent your 3 questions, right? All right, so I'll take my 3. I think I heard Mr. Zorns say that basically we would have to justify with data anything where we're saying we want to do something different than what we've done here. However, what's in the draft in many cases are assertions that there are constraints with no data to support that. So my question is, would it be acceptable? Is it possible to, and you've also used the phrase constraints or potential constraints. Can we adjust the wording to say that such and such a thing presents a constraint or potential constraint instead of saying just something is a constraint when we have no data to support that it is a constraint? And then similarly, in making pseudo commitments to things, say that we would, for example, modify height and or density to achieve the objective, as opposed to saying we will increase the height and density, because in some cases we don't really need to increase both the height and the density to get where we need to go, just as a hypothetical example. So can we make those, does it make sense? Can we defend making those kinds of minor wording adjustments in several places in this document to back off of what seems to be totally unsupported, blatant assertions that something constitutes a constraint, when that's going to put us in the corner of then if we want to say, well, no, it really isn't, then we have to have the data to defend our assertion, but nobody had to have data to support that it's a constraint.
So I think the 2 kind of hypotheticals that you proposed in what you just asked are potential ways that we might be able to modify the language of the programs to still be something that asserts that we will do something. So I will tell you, I have actually also read the entire 5th cycle element for the city of Los Altos in order to see exactly what we've done before. And that document is what I like to just say very flowery. It says, we will look at these things. We will potentially, the word potential, it's not a part of our vocabulary anymore, essentially with the 6th cycle. And so we have to have deliverables and outcomes of what we do. So I think the way that you phrase the 2 examples would be in line with saying that we are going to take action and do something. It might not be this exact thing like you referenced with height or density, that we will increase height or density or whatever, we'll look at, those are things. And if you say this is a constraint or a potential constraint, that is at least affirming that we do identify that this is for sure or potentially a constraint of the city. So those 2 examples are not something that I think would be substantively objected by the reviewers at HCD.
I think that we have a number of residents and other constituents who would be more comfortable with that kind of language. And that is why I specifically said at the end of that, to achieve the objective, to make it clear that we're looking at this to achieve the objective.
I think what we would have to do, honestly, in order to be able to strengthen, if we're going to kind of finesse the program language, essentially at the top, we then have to strengthen the objective at the bottom, which is actually a lot of public comments that we have received, is that we need to provide more definitive objectives from each of our programs of exactly what we're looking to achieve. So as long as we strengthen that, again, that's kind of telling our story and providing to the narrative of how we're going to do it and then what we're going to do.
Okay. My next question is, and you and I have had offline conversations about a few just technical mistakes that are in the document and where there are, mathematical errors and so on. What is the best way for us to be sure that those changes get made? Is this something where, for example, can the subcommittee look at a red line, for example, or something before this goes to HCD? What's the way of making sure that whatever input you've got from tonight from council, including just factual errors, get included?
So with respects to specific data sets, if there's certain nomenclatures that are used incorrectly, the best way to do that is beyond just the public comments vocalized and, as we're having in discussion right now, is to put pen to paper and allow the staff and consultants to actually make those direct modifications that we do know that are not a programmatic kind of blanket conversation, that these are specific errors that have a definitive correction to be made. And so those things are things that should be written and provided to staff. And again, those are things that ideally, if we can find the mathematical computation issues, certain things that just don't really relate or respond to what is in the document, as we've talked about, as you mentioned offline. Those are things that are great. How if we can't get them done before this initial draft to HCD, those are definitely things that we should be able to have a comprehensive revision and overhaul to make sure we are, adding words that, were missed, fixing grammatical spelling things, data for sure, that we'll be able to do over the course of the 90-day review window as well.
Okay, I would be really unhappy if we don't at least change computational errors before this goes to HCD.
Yes, I will affirm the things that you and I have identified together. I will work with the consultants during our 10-day review window, which are very easy things to be able to clean up before our submission.
I would think so. And then this is a more general question. Can you talk a little, or perhaps the folks from Lisa Wise, talk about the rules involving overlays? And what I'm trying to get at with overlays is, what we have now learned, which is new, I think this time, is if you've used a site or identified a site previously, a previous cycle, and it doesn't get built, then if you want to reuse it, you end up with a by right situation. So I think that gives rise to some of the concern and hesitation about having a large buffer by virtue of rezoning, because then you lock in all those sites potentially as by right sites in the next cycle. And I understand that you're balancing that against, you know, no net loss issues and so on, but still in all, the concern is if they don't get built on, then they become by right. So I'm wondering, in your Tetris example, which I love, is there a way that overlays play in that so that we don't end up with sites that are zoned? They're available to us by virtue of overlay, but they're not locked up in terms of the possible by right issue in the next cycle because we've used overlays instead of rezoning. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna turn that to LWC to take the initial answer at that, and I might be able to expand on that for what I'm trying to compile exactly what I want to say. So if Jen, if you have something to contribute.
Yeah, maybe if I could just make sure I understand and rephrase the question, is it sounds like if the city can have flexibility to not have those reused sites be identified, which would trigger the by right requirement, the city is interested in exploring that.
No, not quite.
No.
I'm not talking about things that were used in the 5th cycle. I'm talking about things that we would otherwise upzone now as part of the 6th cycle. And if they don't get used, they become by right in the 7th cycle. So instead of rezoning them in the 6th cycle, should we use overlays in those areas for the 6th cycle? In other words, don't upzone them, which locks them in. Put overlays there.
So
overlays where you could opt it. Or, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, but an overlay is a zoning.
But it's not considered upzoning. I don't believe, and that's part of my question. Is this a way around not having something technically upzoned to where if it doesn't get built on in the 6th cycle, there's a by right in the 7th? That's my fundamental question.
But an overlay is zoning. So I'll let Lisa Weiss people or Nick, but it's an overlay it's an overlay of zoning. It's a zoning. So I don't know if that changes anything, but
yeah, I don't think that would be an acceptable solution also because part of the proving that you have the capacity under RENA, there's a requirement for some certainty. And so a floating zone that could be applied that's not tied to a site would not
No,
provide.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose of proposing an overlay for example, a couple of the religious facilities, as opposed to just flat out rezoning them. Because if you flat out rezone things, then you tie them up for the next zone in case they don't get built on. So what's the point of having an overlay? I'm trying to figure out what's the point of having an overlay.
So
if it's no different than upzoning, then what's the point? I'm confused.
So you kind of touched on it, is why for the example of a PCF zone, apply an overlay to those and not to, let's just say for common purposes of the conversation, all of the rezone sites. And that is because you aren't locking them into that rezone, and they are allowed to continue to operate and improve their site as such under the zoning in which they are until they take on that overlay attribute of zoning. So in practice of the former jurisdiction that I've worked in, we did do an overlay of the rezoning for the city. That was acceptable at that point from HCD because they allowed for it in order to help expedite the process. Because as an overlay, it does also reduce some of your environmental analysis that potentially needs to be done. However, it doesn't mean that it's never going to take place. So I will tell you is that moving forward for that jurisdiction, they are going to have to continue to actually start doing some of the overall CEQA analysis to be able to allow for those zones to take over that zoning to be able to eliminate any potential barrier or impediment. I will tell you that is something that the reviewers at HC do. They kind of look at overlays as that might be somewhat problematic because it's providing a little bit too much flexibility for jurisdictions that's not locking them in. So kind of what you just said almost answers the question in and of itself in regards to how HCD will perceive that particular option. And also the thing is that locking them into there, it's an identified site in our inventory. So if we have to use them, then that's an identified site. And if we do recycle them and reuse them, then yes, we are going to have to do the provisions that we're already doing with our reuse sites from this cycle, which is guaranteeing a 20% low income affordability on those sites.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go circle back for a more set of questions. And I see
we can go in the same order that who went
same
first.
order. All right,
But
Mr.
yeah, so
Weinberg.
council member went first the first time, so.
Yep, go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Just got to follow up on questions that Councilmember Flygore and Lee Ing both asked. Once the final draft of the housing elements is approved by HCD and adopted by council, at that point, are we obligated to implement each of the programs included?
So once you adopt locally, that is what you are attesting that you will continue to proceed with, period.
So that is essentially a binding contract. We are binding this council to implement the programs that are listed in the final housing element approved by HCD and the council.
By virtue of your adoption of the housing element, you are binding yourself to the contract with the state of California. They will then provide you with final certification that says we have 100% blessed this negotiation. Please proceed with your contract.
So at that point, we're locked in. What are the penalties if we don't follow through on what we say we're going to do in the housing element?
The first one is a notice of violation. Those are not friendly letters, and they're not just, hey, FYI, we noticed you're not doing something accordingly. They are very prescriptive, and they usually come with a lot of strings attached that you will do X, Y, and Z, otherwise X, Y, and Z will happen. So that's really kind of step one in regards to if we're not following through on things. They will find out if we're not following through annually with our reporting out of our annual APR for HCD. Now, there also is another APR, which is to OPR, which is the Office of Planning and Research for the state as well. So we are going to report out annually our progress on these programs, and that is essentially us telling our story. Now, there are some times that I have reported out that we have not successfully completed a program previously. And as long as we're able to provide the narrative of, well, we have been doing X, Y, and Z, we've hit these roadblocks, and you're essentially providing the full disclosure of the process of why we haven't accomplished that program up until that point, and they have accepted that. However, you are going to continue to be monitored moving forward throughout the planning cycle.
All right, let me ask a question about downtown. Do you think that it's viable to develop housing downtown, both as envisioned in the downtown vision and for which we're applying capacity in the housing element without constructing a parking structure?
High level, yes. It is viable. We need to modify the existing development standards and do some of the things that are mentioned throughout the housing element. So there's multiple different provisions in the housing element that actually speak to the overall development of downtown. Two of the big ones, or three of the big ones, is modifying the zone down there to accommodate, which is the development standards. Two, it's also to do a parking, I would say, I don't even want to just say study, I just want to say overhaul to whether or not it's standards, a study, a management plan. There's so many different avenues in that particular program that we could utilize and strengthen for our city. And then there's also the lot consolidation program for downtown, which would then eventually make it viable for property owners to build on-site parking. Obviously, most likely that would be in the form of underground parking, but that's by virtue of having additional lots and providing that consolidation mechanism, they would then be able to actually do the engineering and practicality of actually structuring underground.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, council member. I think council member Flagger, were you next or was it the vice mayor?
It is Flagger. Yes.
If we're following the same
order, so I think you're next.
Okay, because Councilmember Liang had her hand raised before I did, but happy to if she's okay with that. Mr. Zorns, you answered my question about what are we going to do between August and November while HCD is reviewing the draft. So I do want to endorse that idea of using that time for us to continue reviewing and giving feedback and make potential changes to the draft during that period. So just want to make sure that we responded to that suggestion. The first question I have is whether or not the suggestion I'm about to make would fall within amending or modifying the draft to incorporate this suggestion, or would this be part of the implementing phase? So we've heard a lot about potentially having the Planning Commission manage the design review of developments going forward. And several jurisdictions have a pre-screening hearing or a special study session with developers before they launch into full-scale design with their architects. Is that something that if we wanted to suggest, if there's support on council to do that, we would specify in the housing element update, or is that something that we would handle on the back end later when we're doing either development standards or implementing ordinances? We could incorporate such a step in the process.
That would be something that we would handle under the development or the implementation of ordinances, in order to be able to truly provide the analysis and input from council, community, as well as the effectiveness from staff to be able to understand exactly all of the needs and desires of the parties involved.
Yeah. And
okay. Thank you.
And Jolie wants to opine on something.
Is it one of the 5 hearings, Jolie?
Yes, and you know, we have it in we have it in our ordinance that it's encouraged, or we'd like to do that. We have had, so that one makes me very nervous. So I'm just putting it out there. The other thing that I want to put some caution flags out there is, I know council will want to continue this input process with the community development director, but I'm not sure how. I'm getting a little concerned about changes to the document outside of a public hearing. So we just need to bear in mind that a member of the public isn't going to be able to come in and meet with Mr. Zorns and say, I want this section rewritten or something like that. He can listen, but I just want to make sure that we haven't set some expectations with council, planning commission, or the public. So I just want to make sure that people aren't misinterpreting that.
No, and thank you, Julie.
And thanks for that, city attorney. The suggestion I would make, the suggestion I would make to the mayor and the city manager is maybe having a study session where it would be a public meeting for us to have that kind of feedback and public input. Next question. So I want to clarify, what is the buffer? Is it 30% if I'm doing the math correctly? And I know you have it itemized by income category, but if you were to give an overall number, are we looking at a 30% buffer?
I'm going to turn that over to Stefano so that he can speak to that?
Yeah, I think you may have other questions, or others may have other questions. So let me do the math on that here in just a minute, and I will get back to you.
Okay.
We
Thank
haven't
you,
broken down by income category, but let me give you an overall number here. In just a minute.
Okay. And then my third question for this round, how does this current draft meet the AFFH requirement, the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement? Can you walk us through that?
I'm not sure if it was Jen or David that took care of that section in the draft element. If you want to touch on that for us.
Yeah, I'll start if Dave may want to chime in, but the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement is new this cycle, and it continues to evolve with HCD. So I'll be honest with you that we are receiving comment letters just last week from HCD where we are seeing an evolution in the types of requirements and desires that the state wants to see. They have told us directly that these requirements are new, and we are continuing to look at best practices we see as new draft housing elements come in, and we will continue to more or less raise the bar as this cycle proceeds. So be at least happy you're July or January of 2023 and not 2024, because I think the folks at the end of the cycle are going to have the highest bar to hit on AFFH. But what we have done is follow the state's guidance, the state's data, and the state's best practices from examples of certified 6-cycle housing elements and most recent feedback to meet the current bar as we understand it for fair housing. And I'll let Dave.
Yeah, so and Jen's absolutely right. It's unfortunately been a moving target because it's a new regulation, and we've been told by HCD that they intend to keep it a moving target as they see new approaches from other communities and best practices. They will make comments. So most of the comment letters we have been receiving in the communities we're working on are related to AFFH, affirmatively furthering fair housing programs. But in general, they fall into a couple of broad categories. One is outreach. And so we've been very careful to document, and your city staff has been very helpful with us in reaching out to a broad variety of community stakeholders, and not just in the city. They're also asking for regional, because municipalities are fragmented, and so housing issues can often cross borders, particularly in terms of issues of segregation, et cetera. So that's been very helpful with outreach. The other is they're concerned about sites that concentrate a lower income, so high density sites in low opportunity areas of the city. And Los Altos, like many cities in California, doesn't have a lot of diversity in terms of its social demography across the surface of the city. In other words, it's mostly a very high resourced community. But if it were a community that had, and there's been, for example, a community we worked in Yolo County, where there was clearly a historic division of the wrong side of the tracks, quite literally. They'd want to make sure that the high density housing isn't all placed on the wrong side of the tracks. And then, so this is the second category. The third category is local knowledge. So we tried to include as much as we could from your historic context statement and from the historical society's discussions of race and ethnicity and the history of the development of the community, because that is increasingly an important area that we're asking to set, that the narrative is set with local knowledge. So those are the three areas that we have been hearing AFFH concerns from HCD, and we feel like we've got it in good place for yours. But I will tell you this, we will get AFFH comments. There's no question about it, because it is in fact a moving target. We're all trying to figure it out. And the agency's trying to figure it out.
No, I appreciate that. And I know it's a new requirement and it sounds, as you said, it's evolving. But based on those three ways we can meet this requirement, it sounds like, at least for now, we've really only touched on one, which is the outreach, because the other two may not necessarily apply or be effective in Los Altos. So we will see what the comments are on this draft and maybe get further direction.
Councilmember
Thank
Flagler, I'm ready for you when you are on that total buffer number.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so taken on the whole, it is a 30%, just over 30% buffer. Like we talked about, on the slides, those are very different between the income categories, but on the whole, it's a 30% buffer we have currently.
Thank you. And I appreciated how you did it, just so you know, but thank you.
It's pretty easy. We got 2,000 units base and we got 600 extra. So, that's not rocket science, man. Thank God. All right, Councilmember Meadows.
All right, thank you. Just two quick questions picking up on the buffer. If you eat into your buffer, I would assume you only eat into your buffer if you approve things at lesser than you put them in, but you don't eat, but if you don't actually approve anything in there, it doesn't go away because you don't know if it might be developed later, right? So it doesn't go away until you underdevelop, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, so until the development actually occurs or until we entitle. So if it's a by right project, obviously there's not an entitlement, it's going to be a building permit, or if an entitlement's issued, then we know that we've essentially spoken for the capacity that we can not anticipate, but what we can expect. And so then that does eat away at the buffer that we end up providing as a part of our inventory and overall capacity. It is something that we just have to be very cautious of moving forward once we do have adoption and certification of the housing element as we are reviewing projects. Now, again, though, we cannot design projects that are proposed for us. There's things that we can ensure that we're, applying objective development standards and design standards. And if we are setting thresholds, so for example, there's been a question before about in the OA district, why are we saying a 20 to 30 spread of density on that site? Well, R30 zoning is the default density that we're allowed to utilize in our particular jurisdiction because that's been affirmed by the state. But one thing that we can create is that we're saying we're going to use that as our base density. However, we're going to provide the minimum in there of 20 units per acre in order to make sure that we're not following too drastically beyond, below that, below our projections, essentially. And so there are certain things like that, but we also ultimately, a lot of times, do build to the maximum in certain zones that we have, and we do have policies as well. That are in some of our existing zoning or general plan as well. So there's just certain things that we're going to have to make sure when we craft development standards for implementing ordinances. That's one of the ways that we can make sure that we are ensuring the density levels. However, we just can't hinder the development. And ultimately, if someone requests a deviation from that, we can't just totally object.
Okay, thank you. And then just a logistical question based on the earlier discussion about mathematical and other just sort of typo errors. So would I send mine, maybe the same math errors you've already talked about? Would I send them to you, Nick, and copy Gabe, or things that we don't want to waste time talking about tonight? Is that what our process is? Because I just have a couple of them, not many.
Yeah, or you can send them in as formal comments on the Housing Element website or to the Housing Element email, and then that's just a part of the overall comments received during the public review window.
Okay, got it. And that's all. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
if I ask my 3 questions, I still have questions. We're going to make another round.
We're gonna keep making rounds until everybody's asked all their questions.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. Thank you. Okay, let me ask my questions. Here we go. So many people might look at this and say that this housing element or this draft is beneficial and profitable to developers. So, but the point is, we don't have something in here stating that we will, or we would like to, well, we will hire a financial consultant to review financial data to make sure, since, because we can't request a pro forma, but what we can do is, if we had someone on staff, make sure that we look at the data, and that way we can get information included to make sure that the decisions that we make are good decisions that is respectful for all involved and fair to all involved. But the thing we're lacking is good analysis of data. So what if we want to put that into our document?
I'm gonna tap the city attorney, Jolie,
Yeah, she's got her
Houston, to
hand up.
respond.
I don't know if it needs to be in our housing element, but the consultant that I spoke of earlier that is going to help us with our inclusionary zoning fee, our inclusionary fee, I believe Laura, as the interim community development director, when she went out for proposals for that, this firm could, on a case-by-case basis, review requests for incentives and concessions and help with some sort of determination. But I do not think that we want to get into the having essentially a pro forma, but we're not calling it a pro forma, and then having a fight. We can have assistance in looking at this stuff, but I do worry that HCD would see that as a constraint on development. And I do know that there are some cities, some local cities that still require pro formas, still require the pro forma to be independently reviewed by a financial consultant. I would strongly advise against that. I think that would be seen as a constraint on housing, affordable housing.
Okay, we don't have to put it in a document, but we can consider expanding our staff, or including consultants, and how we conduct our business.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that we have a backup person that if we need some number crunching or something from a housing finance ability, that they would be able to help us.
That's good to know. Thank you. That came out of this meeting, and I'm so glad to hear that. The other question that I have is that you said and the mayor had brought up some stuff in some of the language changes we need, but to ensure that there's flexibility when it comes back to us, we all raised concerns on how this is more, when it comes back and it gets approved, it's a binding contract. But then it's going to be hard to make changes when it comes back to us. So I think what I'm hoping that we can see is that in order to allow for that, because you and the city manager had both stated that, there's opportunity for us not to be locked into this. Some of the word, and I'm strongly stating that we need to look at some of the suggestions the mayor has provided, and like, instead of just saying will, can we say will consider or will revise?
I know you're this being my 4th housing element. Anytime you say we will consider, the word consider is striked through from every housing element I've ever submitted from HCD's review. That is too gray, and it needs to be more of a black and white commitment to actually doing a program. So that's where I was saying is that if there's some flexibility, we can explore that, but we will consider, we
Explore.
will explore, we will look into. These are all buzzwords I can tell you that we used in our 5th cycle. If anybody has looked at the 5th cycle for this jurisdiction or anywhere else, don't look at the verbiage. You can look at the programs and the policies overarchingly of what they use, but the verbiage has completely changed from the 5th to 6th cycle by virtue of the state laws. They want an attestation essentially in each of the programs of what we are going to do, not what we might do.
Or we think we might do.
Right.
Okay, so then that said, I think some of the things that we identified that needs to be changed are used in some of the comments you made earlier about how staff will be working with LWC. Are you saying that if we provide direction to the subcommittee, because we feel more comfortable that they have worked the review the final draft to make sure that some of the language is correct, that you're not going to allow them to be part of that review?
No, we're not saying that. It's just that we're not going to be able to just kind of, what Jolie was saying is we're not going to be able to sit down, because myself and the subcommittee have never sat down with the document wholesale together and gone page by page. They provided review and feedback on their own accord since the document was released for public consumption. So now that it's out and everyone has that, they can provide additional feedback and direction at subcommittee meetings, and that is acceptable. However, we can't start just sitting down and start crafting a document altogether, because that is that's not really what we can do. But we can go back and forth in regards to what we're actually talking about and presenting at study sessions, which is what Nisa was saying is the recommendation that her and most likely the subcommittee would want to do once we obtain a letter from HCD. And then that's when you're going to be able to see an affirmed change to the document.
Yeah, that's what I'm not asking for after it comes back from HCD and it comes to the subcommittee reviews it to go for a study session. My concern is making sure it's done right for submission. And I am very troubled to hear this, because I just feel like, just like this document that came to us today is a surprise. And I want to ensure that it's a document that we've paid a lot of money for the consultant, that we want our staff and our consultants to submit. If we're not comfortable how it is, I think that, we've selected a subcommittee, and if they're willing to do
Council member, I'm
asking the question, please.
Right, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
I think this is something that the council should discuss.
Okay.
Rather than a question that can be answered by staff.
Okay.
So can I suggest that when we're done asking questions that we discuss this as a council?
Okay, thank you. So,
Thank you.
Then I got to ask this as a question, because I don't know if it's appropriate for me to discuss it as I'll bring, I guess it might be better that I bring it up at council discussion. And then I think that, just to clarify, when you talked about overlays and upzonings, and then everything then becomes further locked in, because as you said, when things are identified now for upzoning, it's a identified site. And then once you identify something, just remember, we can't go back. So is there a way for us to really revisit things that need to be revisited? Because I think people were identifying earlier that, because this particular site is identified to be all low affordable in previous, reports, then they're locked. How do we make sure that there's some flexibility? And I think the mayor had identified the overlays, but can we give it a different program so that we're not so locked in?
When it comes to the sites that are identified, that's really something that HCD does not provide flexibility on. We have to identify sites that does provide the ability and capacity to develop the density that we are proposing across the board. And so that's something that has to be ensured by virtue of a rezone. Furthermore, there's a reason why that has come online, and actually our jurisdiction is no different than the majority of jurisdictions throughout California. There's a reason why we have an extensive amount of reuse sites. We never developed them, and we also never rezoned them. There's a significant amount of work that we're saying we almost, by the time we actually obtain adoption from the last time we did this exercise was almost 10 years ago. And that was something, and we were unable to accomplish it. HCD and the state are looking for us to affirm that we are going to do these, and that's what we have to do. They're not going to allow an additional program that creates some type of flexibility with the sites that we identify.
Okay, that's my
Yeah.
question.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, Nick, I think I think not only has HCD standards of review gotten stricter over this next cycle, but there are cities that had housing elements that had the illusionary, maybe possible, we'll consider, we'll think about it. That kind of language is now hurting us in the future. That's what I understand, is the HCD saying, oh, well, you said you might consider, well, we're now going to hold your feet to the fire and say, yes, you now have to consider those sites, correct?
Yes.
So what we could get away with, and I hate to say that in a public meeting, but what it wasn't getting away with anything, but how housing element language was drafted in the previous cycle was more, we're going to consider, we're going to look at that stuff. But since that cycle and the new housing laws, it's a different playing field, and the language is going to be really scrutinized by HCD. And so I just really hope that we will consider making sure that this element shows HCD that we are serious about what we're doing with our housing element.
I have two quick ones and then I'm done. One thing that I haven't seen here anywhere is any requirement to show how the city would pay for the subsidies necessary to develop below market rate housing. 1,000 units of below market rate housing are going to cost conservatively $500 million. And there is nothing in any of this plan that talks about where we're going to find between $500 million and $750 million to build, to make sure that below market rate housing gets built. Is that intentional on HCD's part? Is it, why is it that that's not a part of the requirement, if that's the case?
One, because the majority of what is going to be provided is through private investment and the redevelopment of private properties. It's not us building as a jurisdiction the units ourselves. Obviously, if that was the requirement, we would be talking about a much different probably housing element and programs required. So there are certain things in regards to our affordable housing in lieu fee, the commercial linkages fee, fees like that will allow for us to potentially, as a jurisdiction, help subsidize things, especially if there's, let's say hypothetically, there was a developer that was building a development and they said, hey, if we can find a subsidy of another $250,000, so $250,000, it will help us offset this for sale affordable unit. And if we had those linkages fees, we could bake that into that particular program in order to be able to help offset that as a subsidy provided. So there's kind of a lot of different things. There's also an overall look at some of the fees that we take in as a city in order to be able to actually afford some of these programs themselves, as well as the creation of affordable housing in the jurisdiction.
Yeah, but Nick, where you started, pardon me, assumes that private developers are going to develop below market rate housing, and that hasn't happened anywhere. So if that's HCD's assumption, then well, that's just fascinating to me. Thank you. The last one I want to ask you, I know this is a little bit off in the weeds, is are you aware of any jurisdiction that is working on land value recapture from upzoning as a way to increase the number of affordable units?
Land, can you repeat it?
Are you aware of any jurisdiction that is using some land value recapture from the increase in value that accrues from upzoning as a way to generate money for affordable housing?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll turn it over to LWC since they work in a variety of jurisdictions across the state.
This is how we got in this mess, right? Because redevelopment agencies were dissolved and we used to have the 20% housing set aside. So until the state puts in some kind of tax increment financing tool that's meaningful, nobody can do that. This is a self-inflicted wound that we're paying for. And it's a good point that you've made. There's an indirect way to do that, and that's looking at your fees and things like the commercial linkage fee. But you also have to be very careful that you don't create a constraint. And that's why it's so important, for example, with your inclusionary housing, while you're doing an economic study, because so many jurisdictions have turned around and said, oh, well, if the neighbors did 20%, we'll do 25, without any knowledge as to whether or not that makes even market rate housing viable on the inclusionary. So I think you're on the right track, but you've hit it on a very important point, right? So in 2008, when we dissolved the redevelopment agencies, the largest income stream was exactly what you're talking about, this recapture of the tax increment and the 20% housing set aside. And we're surprised now, what is it, a dozen years later, we have a housing crisis. So yeah, you're absolutely right in asking the question, and until the state gives us a new tool, can't be done.
Okay, that's what I wondered. Thank you. I see Councilmember Fliger's hand is up still. And let me go back and see if Councilmember Weinberg's is or not. Otherwise, I'll take Councilmember Fliger and then Councilmember Lee Ing. I think you have the last sets of questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And I can't believe David brought up redevelopment agencies. So I also just have two last questions, and one actually touches on funding too. If Mr. Zorns or someone else from the team could explain, for each of the different programs, we have the funding source line, and for a lot of them, we put general fund. What does that really represent when we say that will be the funding source associated with that program?
So really, I mean, it's kind of by and far, because you also see that there's the identification of who's going to be essentially the responsible person or body. So we could have just put Nick Zorns under all of that. But development services it's inherently, it's going to be our staff or our team. It very well could come by virtue of us having some outside consultants help to also do those. But by and far, how this city has paid for planning processes historically has been through the general fund itself. I've touched on this with some council members individually. It's very unfortunate that the city forewent obtaining some non-competitive grants that were available over the last 2.5 years, things that were in the 6-figure range that we could have very well paid for some of the programs or things, planning purposes throughout our jurisdiction. So I'm hoping that, with the closure of a couple of those grant periods, that those will come back online, but I can't invent some specific grant programs that we would be able to identify as a funding source that don't exist up until this point. So hopefully NOFAs next year do come out at the end of the year or even earlier. That would be great. Or even in early 2024 and start utilizing additional funding sources from the state that allow us to pay for some of our bigger planning items here in this jurisdiction. And so the reason why it's predominantly general fund is because of how we've inherently financed things previously in our jurisdiction. Now, again, that's something that's very easily relatable. If we get a grant and we haven't talked about it here, HCD is not going to balk at that. As long as we're saying that there is a funding mechanism and source for programs identified, that's something that's okay. And most jurisdictions pretty much identify, unless they're very large, the general fund as their main source of funding each program.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I was just going to say, usually it's the larger cities that have the NOFAs, like San Jose, where they just went through a NOFA cycle. And so there's, but we did get 330 Distal with the county, and that was subsidized with Measure A money, correct? So we partly. So that was a good start, but I agree with Mr. Zorns that we really need to see if there are other grants out there, because I understand some cities got grants to do their RENA, their housing element updates or their ADU updates. Wasn't there APA money or something out there? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the two,
there was, and I know.
Oh, the two funding sources that I was most specifically referencing is SB2 funding, as well as LEAP, which is local early action planning grants. Between those two funding sources, the city of Los Altos missed out on over $300,000 worth of grants. So, and I will just say that I know that ABAG is looking into approving additional grants to assist jurisdictions with the housing element update, because they realize that initial funding that they did last year is not sufficient, and we still have a long way to go through this process. So my second question, which I think may be the last question on this agenda item, is on the site inventory. So I know we're not making any changes tonight, but if in the fall, after we get the comments, council wants to take one or two sites off the site inventory list, is that something we can do? What does that process look like? We've heard from residents for different reasons why they don't think X site. I'm not referring to the PCFs. Separately, we've heard from residents about why this site shouldn't be on the list because of all these different concerns. Is there a time in the process where council can make such decisions if we choose to, especially with a 30% buffer identified? Yes, that's definitely something that's possible. However, one of the things that I've conveyed to residents and just something that conversationally that we need to be aware of is 30% sounds like a very large number. However, depending on a site that you're wanting to come off of, and depending on what that site has been identified for as its affordability, depending on which one that is, it might not be as generous of a buffer as it is. So we might need to actually immediately find something and not even have a buffer just because of how it's spread across our inventory. However, I would seriously hesitate and advise the entire council and community is that if we're going to take anything off, we need to make a viable exchange of another suitable site to be able to add to the inventory, because we do not want to be in the mad rush of no net loss, because right now we're easily able to talk about these sites. It will be a very big crunch to be able to identify other sites if we only have 180 days to find a site and have it identified if we trigger no net loss.
Thank you.
Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. So we talked about some of the things that may be problematic and the fees we need for affordable housing. But if we need to possibly create like a housing impact fee or something, would they look at it as a constraint on development? Or should we be identifying the lack of state subsidy? Should we be?
So one thing that in order to, if we're talking about the inability to fund something, that's something that the council doesn't need to include in this housing element. It's something that's a policy decision to work with the executive staff of the city to proceed in, doing cost studies and potentially presenting new fee schedules or potentially fee structures here at the city. And so that's something that we can do, but that's not really something that's accomplished here. And it's also, I will tell you, I have worked in a jurisdiction too that have actually tried to make we don't have money or staff for that. And we have been told verbally from HCD staff, as well as in written communication, that is not a valid excuse to use for the housing element. You have to be able to find the funding sources because there are alternatives than what your current revenue streams are. You just need to decide which way you're going to proceed in order to be able to fund the program.
So also identifying the lack of resources such as water in our county, you don't think that's justifiable to highlight?
I don't know how that would be different in our jurisdiction than in any other in the county or also the state. And that's the one thing that all jurisdictions are, they try to utilize as a resource limitation. However, that's quantifiably, spread everywhere throughout our jurisdiction. So, that's one of the issues that we can't really utilize that as a justification because everyone has that potential impact across California.
Okay, so in Appendix A in Chart A.2.3, we have some data in there, but what I found problematic is that the fact that Asians are left out and fail to be acknowledged as an underrepresented group in the text. So when we got to make major draft changes like that, do you want to hold that for discussion, Mayor? Or because I think what I was trying to get at earlier is what we need to address. And then you said you had a suggestion. So then I can hold that off for our discussion.
Well, I think the discussion was about, and I guess that's really, if is this your last comment and question?
Yeah, this is like a major, like some.
Right, but is this the last one you have for tonight?
Yes, yes, and then that'll, yeah.
So then let me put this to staff and to the rest of the council. Nick, do you know Mr. Zorns, do you know the part of the document she's talking about?
So we talked about this previously offline, and so I did do a little bit of work. I do think that I can verify with the consultant about the one particular paragraph that you're referencing that the Asian population is not referenced in, and we can verify as to why they're not referenced in that particular paragraph, why or why not. I think that's a conversation that requires more analysis and discussion that needs to be had with the consultant when we can dive into that. However, even just word searching, so I do want to kind of affirm for the council as well as the community, even if you search the word for the categorization of that particular part of the population, Asian and ASI is identified throughout the document. So that's why I would say either there might be just the integration into that one paragraph that we might need to add, or that might be for that specific paragraph you're referencing that there might not be an identification of that's an I think you were mentioning that paragraph talks about underrepresented or something in regards to that. I didn't catch the entire comment. But I did look through the document, and I mean, it's very much detailed throughout the entire profile of our community that Asian and ASI is mentioned throughout the analysis.
So I guess the question is, at this point, we have a couple of issues, and I welcome my colleagues to just kind of jump into the conversation here without being called on. One of them is, to the extent that we think there are factual errors or omissions, do I understand you prefer that we submit those through as public comment type things through the consultant at this point? Or in some other way?
I think that if we've been talking at all about ensuring that changes are made to the document, that is one of the best ways to be able to ensure that those changes are made, by making sure that you are putting in writing what is incorrect and error that you have identified as a council member, in order for myself as the director to be able to effectively implement the direction you have provided me and authority as the director of this department and overseeing of this particular development of this program. So that is the best way. I can tell you, any comment, even from the public, I have printed all of them out to date, and I'm going through the ones that are allowed by law to integrate. I can do that as the staff's admin review of the draft. But again, we can't get into, and I think Jolie's going to chime in here about specifically going back and forth with the council members, not at a public hearing, but you can provide as a part of your written communication and correspondence that is a part of the administrative record for the housing element update, that these are your specific comments and issues with the draft. And I'll turn it over to Jolie so that someone doesn't jump in.
And with the additional caveat of what we said at the whole beginning, which is, this is not the time when we're going to review specific sites, policy questions, and so on. This would basically be limited to errors and omissions, apparent misstatements of fact, or whatever like that.
Correct.
Jolie, go ahead.
And I would say you would do it just like your council questions. You would send it independently to Mr. Zorns, and you would not CC everybody, so we don't get in any sort of serial meeting. And you could just like changes to the minutes. Hey, this, I think you said so-and-so spoke and so-and-so didn't speak, or something like that. But, and again, it's not giving actual direction on sites or policies.
Right. Okay. Councilmember Lee Ing, please go ahead.
So then I would be concerned that when we submit it, I want to be sure that then I'm concerned that some of our statements or corrections or things might be dismissed, because their attitude might be, or there might be an attitude that, oh, we don't want to change this. So that's why sometimes I feel having that discussion as a council, or having the subcommittee understand.
I'm gonna turn to Mr. England here and say, Mr. England, I think what I'm hearing from at least one of our council members, and I do in part share her concern, is if stuff comes forward from council based on this very informative and helpful discussion tonight, which at least I found it very helpful, and we're not done, but so far, if there are these kinds of things set forward, what is the best way to assure the council members that either their correction, their input, and I'm thinking of like Council Vice Mayor said she had a couple, have actually been incorporated, or if they aren't, that the council member gets feedback as to why they weren't incorporated, in at least for this draft going forward to HCD.
If you send the questions to Nick directly and copy me, we will respond and either incorporate them or respond back to the council member and explain why we did not incorporate them, and we will make that part of the public record.
Yeah, I have a question for Lisa White's consulting. Is this normal process? Do you allow this? Is this, I just don't want to get off on a limb someplace where we may be creating something that is going to get out of hand, or it's going to become a slippery slope, because I do see that there could be comments from council members that are not accepted. And if they're not accepted, that's just because the consultant and the staff has determined that it's not in the best interest of the city for this housing update. So can someone from Lisa White Consulting help me and Nick about, is this a normal process?
Well, every community does things a little bit differently, and I can't speak to City Clerk Brown Act type issues. I will say that we receive comments and revise the report, but generally it's done. We first go through an administrative draft. That administrative draft is reviewed by staff, then that comes out to the public review draft. We receive comments in the public review draft, and then those comments can be incorporated in cooperation with staff prior to sending it to HCD for review. Remember, nothing's adopted when you send it to HCD for review. It's not an ordinance. It's not a completed document. We're just getting their first opinion as to whether or not the approach is substantially compliant with the government code. That's all the HCD review is. Just so we're clear too, what HCD approval looks like, just because people think it's certified. It's not really certification. What happens is you get a letter that says, if you adopt this ordinance as we just reviewed it, you are substantially compliant with state law. Don't change anything in the adoption. If you change something, then you won't be. But if you, after we've read it, we send you the letter that says you're substantially compliant, and we adopt it there. Between now and then, things do change.
And Mayor, I'm going to jump in. You invited us to jump in,
Yes.
and I just wanted to clarify what's being proposed. So as to clerical, computational, those types of changes, I completely understand if you, the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Lee Ang, have those types of changes, and I support having you send those into staff. But I assume we're not referring to substantive changes that would require a majority or more of council to approve as council direction. So what I would hope staff would do is when they receive these comments from each of you individually, that's part of their judgment call to say, this is actually direction that requires council direction versus, yes, this is a clerical error, or we miscalculated, these numbers are not right. And I've seen some of yours, Mayor, and those need to be corrected. Those are computational though. So I just wanted to clarify that I support, if you're asking, are we comfortable with council members sending in individually, these types of changes, I'm comfortable with that. I just want to make sure that line does not get crossed.
Right.
So that's why I was concerned, and Mayor, can I comment that on something?
Yes.
Because I am concerned that, they don't want to change the document that much. And that's why when I brought up that part about making that statement of Asians being underrepresented, and he's saying, but we have all this in the rest of the document. I'm concerned that there is hesitancy to make necessary changes. There is hesitancy to make changes. And then when we wanted information on why some of this decisions on to justify why they want this program or why they're making this recommendation, but yet we were given misinformation or incorrect information to make them think that that's why it's justified. When we got the chart regarding, oh no, we're the only city that does things this way, that is incorrect. I mean, I didn't have time to go through each city, but the city I did pull up, and they put no, I'm sorry. How do I feel good about making sure that that's why I'm saying this draft that goes in is like we're locked in. They already said it's like a binding contract. When they say we can come back and we can make these changes, I'm sorry, I don't see that happening the way it's written.
So again, Councilmember Liang, I'm not sure if there's a way I can answer it differently. We can make changes in the draft we submit to HCD for approval. Again, if we can show that we are meeting the recommendations that they put forward. We have to consider anything that is an actual or potential constraint to housing. That's what this document is. The information that we provided on council review what was accurate, and the information you provided just before the meeting is actually included in the document. So I understand the concern because of how the language is written, but the process is to compile and consider all potential or actual governmental constraints on housing, and that's what's happening. Council does not have to include that in the draft. They just have to explain why this program is in place and why it leads to certainty in housing development.
I understand, but the chart says, does this city have design review? Yes, they do. And their design review process, they do have design review to review stuff. But in the chart, it says no. So I am just, yes, you and I have the same link, but it's how it's interpreted and misread, but yet that it is very deceiving on when they say a city doesn't have design review, and yet they do. And also when they say a city doesn't have the development final proposals go to their council, they do. And, you know, Cupertino does. So, you know,
these are things that I think we'll be discussing during this 90-day period. I think we're outside the scope of the things that
okay,
we
but I was just justifying my concerns.
I understand that. I think what you're asking, though, really are two different sets of concerns. One is, what's the right way to get factual things fixed now? And what's the right way to be confident in the facts that are used to justify comments, programs, and commitments and so on in the revised draft? And so let's put that second one aside, because we're going to be dealing with that during the time that HCD is reviewing the document. And I think we have the answer to what to do with the former group, unless anyone else has any other ideas or concerns.
And you might want to clarify that, because I think by what I heard today and just now, I mean, like what I suggested, it's going to be something that they're going to say, well, the whole council doesn't believe in that, and that's not a data point, so we're not going to change it. I'm sorry, that's what I'm hearing.
Vice Mayor, did you want to say something?
Well, I don't know where we are in this discussion. I can make my comments. We've been listening to a lot of, I understand Councilmember Liang has some concerns, but where are we now? Do you want me to talk about how I feel about the document? I mean,
yes, I think if anyone wants to, if you want to make further recommendations, if there are critical things that you want to discuss that potentially we want to ask be changed here, given the explanation of what this document actually is at this point, or is going to be for submission to HCD,
yeah.
Or where you want, you know, to make just a wrap up comment, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay, so some of mine were a little gray, whether they're calculations or, but something maybe I'll just say now so council can be aware of, just to err on the transparent side. So on page 131 of the PDF, program 5B says continue to work with Alta Housing to administer the city's affordable housing programs. I think, you know, we're currently working with Alta. I don't know that we want to necessarily, I mean, we want to have our options open. So whether we specify Alta or we say we work with a housing administrator, I would be more comfortable that we say that than Alta. So anyway, that's, I'll just say that. I won't talk about the math error. On page 262, the bottom, and again, I'll say this because I think council should probably, again, this is a little bit of a gray area. And then after this one, I'll go to more substantive, you know, my feelings about the draft. So sorry, I'm scrolling through. It's a long PDF page.
Okay, it's a lot to get through and a lot to find the right page and how
to
reference
I have it,
to
at least I
anybody
know
else.
what page number I'm looking for. I'm almost there. So the bottom of page 262, inclusionary housing analysis. And it talks about an average of 118 residential units permitted per year. And we exceeded the overall 5th cycle regional housing needs. So this is one of my pet peeves, because we were reporting scrapes and builds. We were not reporting net news. And so those are not real achievements. I know it's just the above moderate category and it's not as important as the low and the moderate, but it's not correct to say that last sentence on page 262 that we were surplus in the above moderate income category. It's not, because if you actually look at it net new, we probably did not achieve that. So I'm concerned by that inaccuracy. And I understand why it's there, because the spreadsheet this year, HCD hadn't corrected it. And so that error still carries over, but we know that that is not correct. And I see that Jen is nodding her head about that error.
And I commented on that one as well.
Okay, good. All right. So
I'm sorry, Sally, can you give the page number from the housing element itself, not from the PDF?
Okay, it's C24, is that the?
Thanks.
Yeah, C24.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's actually two different places where it's erroneously referred to.
Okay, good. So you've got that, and the other one's simple math area. So then let me go to my top line impressions. So reading this, I actually thought it was a very comprehensive document. I actually learned a lot. I think the mayor mentioned the bit about not knowing that previously used sites become, by right in this cycle. If we wanted to use them again, there's all sorts of little nuggets in there, some good and some not good. But I learned a lot from that. I did think that as a self-assessment, I thought it was pretty accurate. I mean, so some of the public commenters talked about protection and the council's protection mechanism. Well, tomato, protection is the same thing as constraint. So some of the items that were mentioned, story poles are constraints. We can demonstrate that easily. It may not have been written in the report at how long the development timelines are lengthened, but it's clearly able to be documented whether the data is there or not. If our development process is unusual, whether the table exactly lists correctly whether Cupertino does or doesn't do design review, it doesn't change the point that our development process is atypical and council is a constraint to development. We can look at most council meetings, even just in the year and a half I've been on, where we look at development applications. So let's be transparent. Let's look at ourselves and acknowledge that there are constraints, and they've identified a bunch of these constraints here, some of which we can decide to pick around the edges of the definition, but they did a good job of identifying these things. So I actually support that this goes in. I think we'll get a lot of information back. I think we've asked some questions around zoning and around implementation that we need to work to get at. But I think if we try to sugarcoat how we've been conducting business, I mean, we didn't see numbers about how many jurisdictions have story poles, but as I recall, when this was put in place or shortly thereafter, because Planning Commission has never liked the story poles, that there were very few jurisdictions who do that either. So it doesn't mean that we're necessarily wrong if we're the only one who does it one way and everyone else does it the other, but it's sure going to stick out, and we sure need to be able to be responsive to explain why it's not a constraint. I don't think we can do that because these are all constraints. And so I appreciate the thoroughness and the transparency. I really appreciated how the goals were lined up with the programs. I think it was a well thought out document. And so I appreciate all the work, staff, consultants, subcommittee, and council and commissions. So I think this is we should submit it, and we need to start thinking frankly. And we have 90 days. We'll see what HCD comes back with, and let's take it to the home stretch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just follow up with my thoughts on the document as a whole and where we stand right now. When this document was first released, honestly, I didn't know what to expect. I was extremely nervous because I think that there has been an awful lot of anxiety about the housing element, about the entire process. And I think that's a reflection of the anxiety that communities up and down the state of California are feeling about the new state mandates, new state laws. Whether or not you agree with it, the fact of the matter is that the current political regime has determined that there is a housing crisis in California and that local communities have not done their part to address that crisis. Now that you can debate whether or not that is accurate or wise, but that's the reality. And because that's the reality, we have to have a housing element that complies with state law. And I would never support a housing element or frankly, any other policy that I believe contradicts or is not compatible with state law. This document, this draft housing element, I thought was actually pretty good. And I really want to thank the consultants. And I really, really want to thank staff, especially Director Zorns, who's new to our community, and I can tell has put in a yeoman's amount of work into getting this thing into shape. And I could see the work that LWC did to get us the substance here, but I can also see that someone has worked with the staff, with the community to tailor this to fit our needs as the city of Los Altos as best as possible. Is it a perfect document? No. Is it going to be revised over the next 6 to 8 months? Of course it is. But I feel really good about where we are, and I feel really good about where we are for the reasons that the Vice Mayor has already articulated. I think that our consultant and our staff throughout this process have dealt with a lot of difficulties, not just the difficulties that are imposed upon them by state law and the realities of Los Altos being 96% built out, but I've seen a lot of spears thrown by the community, by council. It has been very difficult for our consultants, and this is not unique to LWC. We see this in other areas of governance as well. But I think, let me just sum up by saying, I'm very impressed with the document we have. There's work that needs to be done. I'm really impressed with the time that has been put into this. In looking at my draft and all the programs, I have a lot of markups. I have a lot of written comments in them, and the appendices, same thing. Director Zorn spent the time to go over them with me. I gave him some written questions. He responded in writing, and I think that he's doing it with everyone else, and not just council members. I think he's doing it with the community as a whole. I think the city manager is doing it. This is I feel like we're in a really good spot, not because these are the programs that Jonathan Weinberg really wants to champion, although I do agree with an awful lot of them, but because this is what we need to do in order to meet the obligations that the state has imposed upon us. So thank you again to the consultant. Thank you again to staff. I think that we are on the right track. There's work that's still to be done, obviously, and there's more work for you to do, I think, than we have to do. But we're getting there, and I think that we as a community should pause and actually feel pretty good. And I'm not asking you to feel good about the programs that are in the document, because I know that there are people in our community on this council who don't like a single one of them. But considering that we have an obligation to comply with state law, we should feel pretty good that we're oriented to go ahead and meet those obligations.
Thank you. Council members Lee Ing or Flagger, who wants to go next? Any final comments? No final comments?
I'll be glad to make a comment.
Okay.
I want to really thank the city manager for overseeing to make sure that he is overseeing the whole thing, the consultant, our city staff. they've all done a great job, and a lot of it has to do with him. I appreciate it if the subcommittee can provide some last minute review of making sure that information gets corrected properly, if that is allowed. I think I asked the question that, is that going to be problematic? And I think our planning director said he did not say no. So I hope that would be open. I'd like to thank the public and our residents for sticking this through, participating at every event, every meeting. And I hope you continue to stick it through with us, as we all may be experiencing some concerns, and I've expressed a lot of it tonight. I'm going to hope and trust that there is opportunity for us not to be pigeonholed or stronghold into doing what we don't want to do, and making sure we can do what's right for everyone involved. So thank you, and I know how important it is for us to submit this, and thank you once again, Mayor Enander and Councilmember Fliger, getting this back to us so we can make our timelines. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Councilmember
Mayor,
Fliger.
you know I'm not shy. I give speeches all the time, but I will just say ditto, ditto, ditto. Thank you to everybody who contributed to this draft, and onward.
Thank you. And I kind of stepped back finally to look at this maybe a little differently. If anybody's familiar with what's called the local agency formation company, LAFCO. LAFCO's view of the world is that Los Altos would grow by 0.5% a year, 0.5% a year, half of 1%. And the state wants us to grow by 17% in 8 years, which is about 2% per year. That's about 4 times what LAFCO thinks would be our rate of growth. It kind of sort of doesn't matter. When you take a big picture look at this valley is going to continue to grow. And the state has said that there are some things about the way our cities have evolved that is not the way they want it to be in the future. So what we have to think about is whether we're going to grow 17% in the next 8 years or 20 years or whatever it turns out to be. The task before us is what's the best way to do that? And that's really what this exercise is about. It's not about checking the boxes, although we have to do that to meet our legal obligation. It's really about what's the best way for our city to grow over whatever time frame it turns out to be. And that requires the cooperative work of an immense number of people who have worked well together. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Fliger, because yes, and thank you for your kind words, Councilmember Lee Eng. We have been working, but I'd have to say we have worked nowhere near as hard as we have seen the staff and the consultant and many of our residents and local groups in contributing to this. So I want to echo that thanks as well. But I really want us, as you look at this document, it's easy to get down in the weeds and look at a parcel, but think for the sake of our city, because the one thing I know we all share is that we all love Los Altos. And we all love Los Altos. And if Los Altos is going to grow by 17 or 20% over any given time period, what's the right way for us to do that, given that we are a built out city? What are we going to do? And that's what we're trying to answer with this document. And I think if we kind of think about it that way, it may make some of the decision making, it may make some of the, getting our hackles up over the way this thing's worded or the way that thing is said, or, this assumption that seems to be made or whatever. We can get past that and get to a really, really good document and a really good plan for our city. And that's what I want as mayor, and I think that's what all of my colleagues on this council want going forward. So I'll stop there. City manager, do you want to say anything?
Yes, Mayor. I think because of the alteration in the process, we would appreciate if we could get direction from council by vote to allow staff to make the ministerial or clerical errors that we discussed this evening, and then forward it to HCD for their review.
Okay, I think not just ones that were mentioned this evening, but ones that have been submitted or would be submitted.
Yes, thank you for your clarification. Because of that process change, we want to be able to show HCD we made the changes at the direction of council.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion that I think what the city manager and probably the city attorney are looking for is a motion that directs staff to make corrections that represent corrections to either factual misstatements or clerical errors or mathematical errors and similar that have been provided or may shortly be provided by individual council members. Is that, will that do it? Where's my
Can I
city
amend
attorney?
that, Mayor?
Where's my city attorney? Let me make sure that we're okay. Where are you, Jolie? Are we okay?
Similar is too vague.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Flagger.
Sorry, Mayor, I was talking out of turn. I think Councilmember Lee Eng wanted to propose an amendment. I was suggesting not using the word similar because we want to make sure it's clear to staff what we're directing, and they may not be able to figure out necessarily when we say similar, but everything else you said, I am comfortable supporting.
Right. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you want to say something?
I wanted to add, and I'd be glad to, move that motion if you need someone to move the motion. But I wanted to also add that after the staff does all that, can they just allow the subcommittee to give it a once over before submission? I think I would feel just a little bit better about that.
So we would be happy to let the subcommittee review it, but we wouldn't make additional changes at that point.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
So I take it your motion then is to direct staff to make editorial, or excuse me, factual, mathematical, or statement of, erroneous statements, correct erroneous statements of fact, per submissions from the council, individual submissions from council, or that were raised tonight. And that the subcommittee will review the red line for the incorporation of those changes prior to submission of this draft to HCD. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. Just procedurally, we won't necessarily as the subcommittee have visibility into all the submissions. And I think it may be a Brown Act issue if we're copied on another council member's comments. I'm not clear what our additional review would be apart from what has been discussed publicly to verify those things were done.
I don't think we're going to copy you, but I think what happened is the planning director can say that, this was raised, and this is the change, or he can just say, we incorporated these changes because the council member brought this to our attention. But no one's going to copy you.
What would we be verifying? But if we looked at it and we didn't see what was originally requested, Councilmember Lee Eng, I can only speak as one subcommittee member. I don't know if the mayor agrees. I would be able to read it, but I wouldn't be able to verify if this is what you actually requested, Councilmember Lee Eng.
Just like how we get all the Q&As that does not have any names on it. You see all that, and then you can see what gets incorporated or not.
But they will
I'll
be
defer to the attorney.
But they will be reviewing. But what staff is going to do is they're going to be reviewing and incorporating or not incorporating comments during this time period from members of the public as well as council members. So,
I
and
thought
they're
it
not
was just council members. Sorry.
No, there's a 30-day period where everybody still gets to put stuff in. The other thing is I believe that before the administrative draft went out, the subcommittee didn't review it. It was still maintained at staff level. So I'm not sure if the
Okay, I
subcommittee
can take
needs.
that part of the subcommittee portion part out. That's fine.
Okay, so we have an amended motion.
No, it's
Correct.
no longer amended.
So we have the motion you want to put on the floor.
Was the original one you stated.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg. You're on mute, sir. There we
Sorry.
go.
I don't know if this is a clarification or a friendly amendment, but my understanding of what was discussed earlier and what I hope is being incorporated into the motion is that members of the council will submit their typographical, mathematical, grammatical, factual concerns to staff. Staff thereafter will respond to the council member and acknowledge which of those proposed corrections were adopted and which were not.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so if that's true, can we also ask that staff provide each member of the council a redlined version of the document 1 week before submission to HCD? That way, since each of us knows what we submitted and what the responses were from staff, we each can look at the redline document and determine whether or not what staff said, what staff agreed should be incorporated was in fact incorporated. That would eliminate, I think, NISA's concerns that there could be a serial meeting, a Brown Act violation. It strikes me that we are each best able to identify whether our concerns, whether our corrections were incorporated or not.
And this is a question for the consultant, partly in response to what Councilmember just said. I know that you have periodically altered and put up newer versions of the draft online. Would it be within your experience to put a red line version online before it goes to HCD? Does that make any sense?
Only for public review, but HCD does not want to see a red line before they.
No, not for HCD, but for public review.
I mean, I also will defer to Mr. Zorns in terms of timing, just because any additional review or opportunities for comment will affect the timeline.
So Mayor, we had intended to respond back directly to each council member with an explanation of why their change was incorporated or not.
Okay.
We are, of course, happy to put a red line version up. Our preference would be to show council the final version after responding in writing to whatever is submitted.
Okay.
And we should just respond with the final, not a draft, because if you release it to the council, you release it to all. So I just get worried that we're going to have so many drafts out there. It's just going to be confusing and misleading to the public.
Okay. So so we have a motion, and I believe it includes an understanding that staff will respond individually to each council member as to the disposition of each item. How the final draft is handled is up to staff, and, red lines and whatever, they will make a decision what to do with that in consultation with city attorney and with the consultant. Does that meet everybody's need? Then I'll make that motion. And is there anyone who will second it?
I thought I made the motion. I said.
You
I
can
thought-
make the motion.
I
Fine.
can second you. That's fine. You make the motion since you set it off. I'll just second it.
Okay. Anybody else further comment from anyone? Seeing no further comments. City Clerk, you still with us?
I am here, yes.
Yay, would you please call vote?
Yes, members of the council, if you agree with the motion articulated by the mayor, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Flyer.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 vote.
And again, thank you to all of staff. Thank you to our consultants who've hung on with us this long, and also to the members of the community and other interested parties who've been with us through this. So let's move on and get through this. Item number 8, designation of the voting delegate and alternate for the League of California Cities annual business meeting, which is in September. To the best of my knowledge, there are 3 of us who will be going: Councilmember Flieger, Councilmember Lee Eng, and myself. Am I correct, or Mr. Weinberg and Vice Mayor, are you planning to attend?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Okay.
Well,
And-
Councilmember Weinberg said yes. I'm not planning on attending. Someone's got to hold down the fort in Los Altos.
All right. Okay, this is my recollection is from being at the convention. I've only been once. That this predominantly is a responsibility for a general business meeting that is held, and there are resolutions presented for consideration. And that's pretty much the extent of what this delegate does. So I know Councilmember Flieger, you're involved with the local Peninsula Division. So do you want to add anything to that?
I'll just add that I know that the expectation is by next week, they will issue the resolutions that will be voted on at that general meeting.
Yeah.
So the resolutions have not been published yet.
Right. Right. Yep. Councilmember Lee Eng?
I do want to state that it's norm that it's been a regular practice that it's the mayor that is designate, if the mayor is attending this conference, that the mayor is appointed as the delegate representative to represent the cities that they represent. So if we don't have any other comments, or I'd be glad to make a motion to nominate you.
Okay,
and I'm happy to second that, Councilmember Lee Eng. I agree. I think the mayor should be our primary delegate.
Thank you. So Councilmember Lee Eng, do you make that motion?
Yes, I would like to.
Do we want public comment? Public comment.
Yeah,
I will go to public comment before we do a vote. Thank you. Do we have any public comment? If you wish to comment on this item, please raise your electronic hand and make the city clerk's job easier. City clerk, will you confirm? I don't see any raised hands.
I'm confirming there are no hands raised.
Okay, in that case, would you please call a roll?
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the table to have Mayor Enander as the voting delegate for this conference, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0 motion passes.
And it's also customary to appoint an alternate in the event that something happens and that the designated delegate is not able to attend or participate. Councilmember Weinberg?
I'd like to do it. I'd like to be the alternate.
If that's a motion to appoint yourself, Councilmember Weinberg, I will second that as well.
Okay. Any other comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing none. City Clerk, please call a roll.
Members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we will now take up the public art purchases, item number 4 that was deferred and pulled from the consent calendar by Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Weinberg, I think you have some either additional questions you mentioned. So rather than do a staff presentation, would you ask your questions? And I think that Mr. Maginot is probably still online to answer them, I hope.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think ultimately what I'm hoping is that Mr. Maginot can sort of walk us through the Arts Commission's reasoning. In reading the staff report and in looking at the responses to council questions that we received today, it seems to me that there's no danger of either of these statues, well, one statue or one collection of statues, being recalled by the artist, or that in any way they're going to be removed from the city. Now, I understand that as long as the city does not own the artwork, there is that potential danger, but it doesn't seem to me like it's something that we really need to be concerned about happening. I'm also a little concerned that once we start purchasing artwork like this, we're losing the opportunity to kind of cycle through different artwork. And don't get me wrong, I love all 4 of these statues. I really do. I enjoy them. And I think everyone in the community does as well. I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about any of them. But I think that there is a benefit to the community to cycle artwork through. Now, just because we purchase artwork, I understand we don't have to keep it in the same space, and there's still an opportunity to put out requests and ask artists for more artwork. But I just don't see the wisdom in spending $40,000 or $45,000 for something that we're enjoying right now for free. And at some point, we may want to cycle through with something new.
Sure, and I will state that I know the chair of the Public Arts Commission, Monica Waldman, is on the call as well, and she may be able to add any additional information should you request her to. In terms of, I think the question perhaps is, is there a danger to the city losing the pieces? I will state, and solely anecdotally, we have had a number of pieces over the years where we've asked the artist, we've really liked the piece. We've asked the artist, can we keep it for another 2 years? Can we extend our agreement? And the artist has said no. In regards to the Midnight Stomp series, which is the collection of three statues, the artist has expressed interest in either the city purchasing the pieces or ending the loan agreement and coming in and collecting the pieces. The T2, which is the tower in front of the community center, that still is in its initial 2-year loan agreement. And the impetus behind the discussion for the purchase of the piece was from staff in conversations with the recreation director. We felt it was as staff felt that it was a fantastic piece that really complemented that space very well, and did not believe that we were going to perhaps find a better piece of art for that space. And so staff was the one that actually recommended it to the commission and started it that way. Again, these would be, in my almost 13 years of liaising to this commission, I believe this would be the third and fourth artworks that the city has actually purchased over that time. The vast majority of our loan pieces that come through are either here for 2 years and then are cycled through. There is an occasionally where the artist, out of the goodness of their heart, decides to donate it to the city, but the majority of them are eventually removed and replaced with something else. And like I say, the chair of the Public Arts Commission is here should you want any additional information from her.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. With that explanation, and now with the understanding that we are in danger of losing Midnight Stomp, and based upon staff's assessment and recommendation, which I agree with, I think that T2 is a wonderful piece for that location. I would support staff's recommendation. I have no further questions or concerns.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question of T2. So I think it's a beautiful piece, and so I'm glad that this recommendation is coming forth. But the original piece by that artist that was recommended had a critter at the bottom. I was just wondering if the chair of the Art Commission, if it was replaced with a similar piece where they had the two animals versus just that one animal on it, would it still be the same price? Because I think it really, having the second animal on it really had enhanced the art piece and really added to it. And it didn't look so plain on the bottom. So if she can speak to that, I'd like to better understand that.
And maybe while the city clerk is allowing her to speak, there are two animals on it. There is one on the bottom. The chair
I didn't even see the one on the bottom. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we pull that piece up, please?
I may not have a picture of the side of it that has the actual critter on it.
Yeah, they're on it. It's on a different face.
So may I speak? This is
Yes,
Monica
please.
Woolman. I am the chair of the Public Arts Commission. So there is a second animal, but it's on the back side. And I don't think we actually have any photos of that, do we, John?
I don't remember any.
I will do some looking to see if I have one.
Thank you, Chair Waldman. I guess the original piece I had seen had, you could really see the second animal, the raccoon at the bottom.
And I agree. Originally, it was positioned to us that there was going to be animal pictures on the top and the bottom on the same side, but unfortunately, that's not what we received. But your question was, would it be the same price to commission one that had something of that configuration? And I don't know what the answer is. Probably not.
Then does that mean we're getting a discount?
We are getting a discount.
We are
on
getting a
this piece.
discount.
This is a very good price. This
Yeah.
is such a deal, such an art deal.
Not to mention the crane. Wasn't there a crane involved in getting that in place?
There was to install this piece. There was not only a crane, but there was electrical work by city staff, because in order for it to be lit, they had to do a lot of work. There was some last minute changes because where the holes were in the pavement were not quite right and did not correspond with the piece. And it was quite the event just to get the piece in. And I don't think we would ever find a piece that's shows an image of nature, such as, we have a natural environment, and it blends in with the colors of the community center. So I think it just fits very well in the city.
And for those of you who were not on council, although Councilmember Weinberg, I think you were involved with the follow-on committee for the community centers, you're probably aware of this. I'm not sure that the vice mayor is, but there was quite an extensive amount of work that went on with the art commission in identifying an artist and working with an artist to figure out what would be a really great signature piece to go there.
Well, that's why I was surprised that this was on the agenda. I thought it was already purchased and permanent.
There wasn't money at the time. There wasn't money to do it. The art commission didn't have its own budget. It wasn't something that had been budgeted for the community center. So it was, can we get this on loan and then we'll see how we do.
I move we accept the staff recommendations on both of these series.
And I'll second the motion.
And then can I just ask what animal is at the bottom back? Since we don't have a photo.
And I'm sorry, I was looking and cannot, my computer is connecting very poorly with our internal network. And so I'm not able to find one quickly.
That's okay. I don't need to know.
And I have to confess, I think it is a mouse, or it is but I really think it is a California poppy on the bottom. I always I always go into the community center. I just see the front of it. I only saw the back of it when we installed it back in October. So,
all right,
I'll go by.
Call the roll.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair Waldman.
That's okay.
If you agree with accepting item 4 as presented by staff, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. We own it.
Yay. Well, we will own it as soon as we pay for it. And so we'll move to information items.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before you go on, did you ask for public comment on that item?
I did. No,
Okay.
You're right. I don't think I did. Is there anyone from the public that wanted to comment about item 4?
I think the art chair wants to.
No, I think Ms. Valadez wants to.
Yes, we have one speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Valadez, please go ahead.
This is on the art piece, the art purchase?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only wanted to say, please approve it. So thank you very much.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, can we move to item 9, and can I turn this over to the city manager?
Item 9 was informational items only, Mayor, but
No, this is the tentative council calendar. So if you've got anything to say about that, or anybody wants to say anything about it, now's the time. Councilmember Flagger, then Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot to say coming out of the REACH codes study session, because a lot of good topics for us to discuss as a council came up, and I want to see if these are things we should put on our tentative council calendar if there's support for it. So the first thing I will mention is the whole idea of educating our community on the existing programs that SVCE and other energy partners provide. I know Laura Texler mentioned another partner. I know at one of the Environmental Commission meetings, they brought in an SVCE person to talk about the REACH codes, and a lot of the questions that were asked were about programs. So it's clear that our community would appreciate some form of town hall for our community. So I don't know if that's something we would do as a council, or if the Environmental Commission could host it, but I think it's a good idea to have an info session on different programs that are available and get feedback from residents on maybe some programs they would like us to consider going forward. So I'm going to pause there to see what the best avenue is to do a community town hall related to these energy programs. I don't know if Mr. England has a suggestion.
My suggestion is that Mr. England think about how and when he can do that, given his staffing situation.
And which is one of my questions too, just following up on the status of the sustainability coordinator search. I don't know if Mr. England can give us a status update on that.
We received a number of qualified applications. I believe they're in screening right now.
Perfect. So I think maybe once we have that person on board, we can revisit this topic. The second thing that came up during the REACH codes discussion is doing a community survey. And I think there are actually members of the public who said it was a good idea as well. And I support doing a community survey. As you heard from Commissioner Texler, they don't have the expertise on the commission to actually put together a survey. And so I was going, Mr. England, this question is for you, whether or not you think we would be able to hire a consultant, or do you have any ideas about what kind of support the Environmental Commission can get in a very short period of time so that we can get this community survey done?
Councilmember Flagger, we've exchanged a few emails with Ms. Texler already, and on the idea of engagement or outreach, we reminded the subcommittee they have $55,000 in the budget for CAP implementation, and they could use it for either a survey or for outreach.
Perfect. I will follow up as the Environmental Commission liaison. Thanks for that, Mr. England. And that's it for me for future topics. I guess they're all taken care of. They don't need to be added to the tentative council calendar. Thank you.
Thank you for raising those and for the follow-up with the Environmental Commission. Councilmember Lee Eng.
I wanted to make sure that our Mowendo presentation came forth in September. I think I confirmed at our last meeting and I got support. So hopefully we can have that in September. I just wanted to also ask and seek support, because I think it's important that we have a discussion for a bird safe and dark skies ordinance. It's similar to the one Cupertino has adopted. I think it's a wonderful ordinance, and I would appreciate an opportunity to have a discussion. So I hope I can get one more person to support that request. It does not need staff to work on it. So only need another council member to support me on that.
And what is it, Councilmember Leanne? Could you repeat what it is?
We've always talked about concerns about like how we have all this development going on, or new development proposals, and how to make it safer for birds. Google has done that in their new buildings, in what kind of materials to use. Also on how we do our lighting in our city as well. So when we have that discussion, I'd be glad to bring forth or share information about the Cupertino ordinance, because I don't want to go on too long. And I'm sure we also have Shani Kleinhaus. She is the the she runs that organization regarding Audubon Society. So she began.
And I will support that.
Okay.
I will support that because I'll actually claim credit here some years ago of having a conversation with Eureka from Midpen when they were proposing to do their new building. And I said, I hope you're going to do bird safe glass. And she had never heard of bird safe glass. And they now have bird safe glass. They designed that into the building. And I think it was because I talked to Eureka in a very informal setting about it. So, so I would support us looking at that because I think it matters.
And I'll make sure to reach out to Shani and have her coordinate an appointment or make sure we can coordinate that with our schedule.
I won't promise that this becomes a priority because in general, when the city manager and I are setting priorities on agenda items, we're looking at things that are statutory that we have to do. And those always come first before we
October.
do anything else. So,
yeah.
Okay,
and Councilmember Lee, if you need a third, I can be your third on that item.
Great.
We only needed two, but thank you. Thank you for the support.
Anything else, Councilmember Liang?
Nope, those are my two things. Thank you.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yeah, it was in the Q&A, but I think it's worth mentioning for the public as well, that we will, even though we're on break until our August 23rd meeting, that we will probably have to do just a brief one on the emergency resolution, as I understood it from the responses to the Q&A, which will probably be about a month from now. But anyway, just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quick report. Last weekend, of course, was the Art and Wine Festival. The weather was fantastic. The turnout was great. My son and I volunteered at a booth. I'm assuming that everyone else here on the council also had an opportunity to volunteer. It was a lot of fun. It was a big success. So just wanted to throw that out there, and everyone should keep their eyes open for the next festival. I'm not sure which one it is, but I know it'll be coming up. In terms of future agenda items, I would very much like the council to have a discussion about restricting firearms on public property. I think that we all received an email from the city attorney about this. Mountain View is looking into, I think Mountain View is looking into it in conjunction with their safe storage discussion of a possible safe storage ordinance, which is something we did almost 2 years ago. But I would very much like the council to have a discussion about that.
If you're looking for a second, I'll second that.
And I'll indicate that I think I would support that, but we need to place that into the queue with our incoming chief, I think, and get some input there before we move it forward. And we need to let her get her feet on the ground.
I forgot to mention one more thing.
Go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
But Councilmember Fliegel raised her hand before me.
Thank you.
Fine. You can go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I did want to state that there is going to be a summer concert this year towards the end of summer. So keep your eyes open on the date when the Parks and Recreation Department announces it. So exciting to know that there will be a concert this year.
And Councilmember Weinberg, your hand is still up. And Councilmember Flyer, your hand is up.
It is, Mayor. Just two more items as potential future agenda items. One is just to make sure that we get the reach codes back on our tentative council calendar. I think the subcommittee said early September would be the next time they expect to want to come back to council. So I would really appreciate getting that back on the tentative council calendar. And then the second thing is, during the housing element update, discussions. I think a couple of us mentioned open space and park space and how does that get incorporated into the housing element update and whether or not it should be part of the implementing ordinance phase. And so Mayor and Councilmember Lee Eng, you will recall that when we were approving the first round of 5150, we were looking at 745 Distal Circle as potential parkland for the El Camino neighborhood. And at the time, 745 Distal Circle had the same owners or developers as 5150. And so it was supposed to be, instead of park and lieu fees, potentially they would have donated that property to us, which I think costs approximately 10 million. Mr. England, that's a quick summary of what has happened. I'm sure you've heard. I'm just curious whether or not staff is looking into 745 Distal Circle. Is that still on the table in any way?
We can provide an update to council. I don't have an answer at this time.
Thank you.
I can tell you that 5150 is, without getting into a discussion, 5150 is coming back, and that park dedication or park in lieu fees is still a condition of approval.
So, even though good to know.
I don't want to
Thank
ask
you.
a question because
No, don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions, but thank you,
Don't
City
ask
Attorney.
questions.
That's a good
Okay.
update. That's
Don't
a very
ask
good
questions,
update.
please.
And then the last thing I wanted to share just as an informational item, last night's Environmental Commission meeting was very informative. If it's recorded, so if you have time, I recommend watching it. They had Cal Water, they had Silicon Valley Water District, and also Greentown. They had 3 excellent informative presentations, and I think they're worth watching. Very good information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have anything else?
No, I was going to ask a question after that thing, but you guys said don't ask.
Don't ask, please. So what I want people to start thinking about is the likelihood that we will need to have an additional meeting, probably a study session, perhaps a closed session as well, maybe along about October 30th or so, or in mid-September, in order to have the policy type explorations with respect to the housing element that we noted from tonight. So kind of please try to keep your Tuesday calendars open in that last Tuesday of August and maybe the other couple Tuesdays in September until we can sort out a schedule for things. And if you have constraints, please let the city manager know ahead of time on those. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. What would be the basis to have a closed session on the housing element?
Not on the housing element, on something else.
Okay.
Not on the housing element.
Can we ask what?
No, it might be
Okay.
something other than
Okay.
something that we would want to do during a regular Tuesday when we have other meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Did you say October 30th or August
No,
30th?
I said August 30th
To mid-September.
and then into September.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay. Any other information items from council? Any items from the city attorney? Oh, good. Any final items from the city manager?
Nothing for me, Mayor.
Is there any reason anyone knows why we shouldn't adjourn?
Nope. Happy summer.
I learned my lesson on that one.
Enjoy your break.
Happy summer, everyone. See you later.
Happy summer break.
Thank you. Have
Thank
good trips,
you.
all of you. Bye-bye. We're adjourned at 12:03.
Recording stopped.